the Lisa show and
Lisa and Amy show.
And yeah, perfect. So do we need a roll call, or can we just say
for a workshop? Typically, no.
Pardon me?
For a workshop, typically, no. We do that at the beginning of the regular.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So we'll start our workshop then. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Michael, can you pull up the presentation, please?
We'll share the screen because I'm not a host.
Kelsey, can you pull up the presentation, please? Who's the host? Todd?
It's me. I'm co-host and Todd is host. So somebody may have to send that to me, Jen, and I'll load it because I don't know what permissions Todd had on the account to share or not share.
Presentation.
Can anyone email it to me real fast?
Great. I'm going to go print out the presentation and I'm going to wing it, okay? If you can give me just a moment.
So sharing the screen. Okay, just getting a little slow. Okay.
So we have a remote host logging in and it looks like progress is being made. We're getting this queued up here.
Can you all see that on the screen?
Michael, are you driving or is Jen driving?
Jen's driving. Can you hear me?
Do you have control of the presentation?
I do. Jen does.
Okay. No. So Jen, if you can hear, you may want to put that in presentation mode. It looks like it's in notes mode.
How do I do that?
Jen, this is Trevor. Go up to slideshow up on the top of PowerPoint.
Okay. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. This is Trevor.
Yeah, I'm thinking they can't hear me in the, okay, I'm in slideshow. What now?
And then from beginning, if you click that far left,
Okay,
There you go.
and then do I just arrow over?
Thank you. Next slide, please.
yes.
So, in 2023, we had, this is our annual, comprehensive plan and development code cycle of amendments. We had a total of 6 cases this year. They included, sign code amendments that were privately initiated by Greenstone. They included, a city-initiated proposal for, utility local distribution facilities, and we're proposing to change them from a conditional use to a limited use. We also have a case regarding changes in fencing standard for essential public facilities and utilities. Again, that's city initiated, but it was requested by Liberty Lake Water and Sewer District and Liberty Lake Police Department. We also have some Greenstone initiated proposed amendments to River District landscape standards that actually brings it a little closer to the city's landscape standards that we revised a few years ago. We also have some proposed amendments for community events. And we have the River District Open Space Zone Change and Development Code Amendment. Now, we are not going to be workshopping tonight the River District Open Space Zone Change. We will be workshopping that one on December 5th. It's a big topic, as I'm sure you're all aware. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, so just going over the procedural summary, the Planning Commission actually adopted this docket in May. We went through a series of workshops, SEPA's notices, etc. And the SEPA comment period ended on 8/24 with basically we adopted determination of non-significance. Planning Commission hearings were held on 9/13 and continued on to 10/11 because of the volume of comments we received on the first case that we heard. Recommendations were ratified on October 11th, except for the RDO. They were ratified on October 11th and November 21st. And the zone change hearing also required a hearing before the hearing examiner. That happened on 11/2/2023. I do want to make a point that, so your hearings are scheduled. We're scheduling hearings for the first 4 cases on December 5th. So that's going to be for the sign code amendments, for the public utilities, the fencing, and the landscaping. We will have hearings for community events and the RDO zone change on December 19th. So I want to be clear about that. Next slide, please. For all of these cases, all 6 cases, the Planning Commission made the following findings: that the required SEPA review has been completed on the proposed amendment. All public agency notice requirements were met and accomplished in a timely manner. The public was provided the opportunity for early and continuous participation, and the public had the opportunity to submit written comments and to testify at a public hearing before the Planning Commission. Now, we did also notice the hearing examiner hearing, and we have just we've just sent out notices for your hearings. So all those noticing requirements have been met. Next slide, please. So I just want to state this up front. You're going to see this throughout all of these. Our city code actually calls out criteria for approval of amendments to the development code. And those criteria are listed in section 10(4)(b)(5)(a), that such amendment is consistent with the comprehensive plan and is not detrimental to the public welfare, that a change in economic, technological, or land use conditions has occurred to warrant the modification. It is found that an amendment is necessary to correct an error. It is found that an amendment is necessary to clarify meaning or intent. It is found that an amendment is necessary to provide for uses that for use or uses that were not previously addressed, or is an important word. So any of these 6 criteria can be cause to approve. Last one is those amendments are deemed necessary by City Council as being in the public interest. So that's where you come in. Next slide, please. So first, we're going to talk about the City Development Code amendments to the sign standards. Again, this is a Greenstone initiated proposal. Next slide, please. So just a bit of background on this. The applicant initially workshopped the proposed amendments with the Planning Commission in May, and they were proposing to do this as River District only changes to the sign code. Currently, we only have one sign code that applies to all of the city. Staff met with the applicant in June and advised the applicant that we had significant concerns with creating a separate sign regulation for the River District, and that the city was planning to hire a consultant in 2024 to overhaul the sign code to address concerns regarding content neutrality based upon the recent case law, which you've all heard, and see in our capital facilities plan. And that we would prefer to address the proposed changes as part of that process. Staff offered red line comments regarding concerns related to the proposed amendments. And at the next Planning Commission workshop, the applicant then agreed to propose amendments to the City Development Code sign regulations rather than just River District. And on August 10th, the applicant submitted revisions to the proposed amendments. So this is what you're hearing now is what they revised that is proposed to apply to the entire city. I'm not going to read all these relevant comp plan goals and policies. Suffice it to say that they are in the Planning Commission's recommendations. They are listed. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So we had a number of concerns with the proposed amendments to the sign code. First were concerns related to inconsistencies and enforcement challenges that we identified as staff. So first of all, 10.3E4A proposed to exempt a board signs not more than 6 square feet and temporary signs not more than 8 square feet while limiting time, manner, and placement. This inconsistency also becomes an enforcement challenge since the exemptions mean that no permit or registration is required. So it's exempt, but it's also regulated. 10.3E5 also provides time, place, and manner regulations for signs permitted in all zones in connection with specific uses. So again, it's exempting and at the same time permitting. That's kind of problematic. And we had concerns that with the exemptions for A-board signs and temporary signage created by 10.3E4A, several signs are listed as both exempt and permitted. 10.3E5A5 provides standards related to time, place, and manner for temporary real estate signs on residential real estate. These standards limit the size to 6 square feet unless located on a larger parcel. Thus, these standards only apply to larger parcels. And similar enforcement challenges arise with standards for commercial and industrial real estate signs. Next slide, please. So 10.3E5A7 provides standards related to time, place, and manner for real estate open house and directional signs. Because it's limited to 5 square feet, they're exempt. These standards also limit the number of such signs and impose time limitations. The provisions cannot be enforced without an application or registration indicating the date, time, and location of the open house. Otherwise, so you're limiting the time that it can be up, but we have no way of knowing when that sign went up or in order to be able to enforce those. 10.3E5A11 prohibits political campaign signs on public property within public easements or within street right-of-way and imposes time limitations. The signs under 8 square feet would be exempted from this regulation. And so again, we'd have an enforcement challenge. 10.3E5A12 regulates time, manner, and placement for community event signs. Since they're limited in size to 6 square feet, they're already exempted from these regulations. And 10.3E7H provides standards for business A boards, which are similarly limited to 6 square feet and thus also exempt. Next sign, please. 10.3E5A1C allows temporary banners less than 8 feet on streetlight fixtures without a permit and provides that such banners may be displayed on non-Avista light poles that have been designed for banners. The exemption for temporary signs is 8 feet and would cause a proliferation. Oh, wait, let's pause on the temporary banners for a second. We, for Avista controlled signs, we have Avista engineers review the light poles to make certain that they can handle the wind loads, ice loads, etc. So they are, and the city controls content by virtue of the fact that Avista says it has to be a city-owned sign. So you, city council, accept those banners before they're hung. We don't have any sort of, there's no mechanism for the review of the engineering for those light poles, banners, etc. There's no provision in this. And so we have questions about whether or not it will be adequately designed. Also, similarly, banners are in the eye of the beholder, and what is appropriate. Certainly, we've decided that our hometown hero banners are more than appropriate. They're wonderful, and their community. They help with our community engagement and really recognize our warriors. Other community event signs or banners have been in other communities have been highly controversial, and so there are challenges with that as well. But again, we would have no control if they were non-Avista owned light poles and owned by the HOA. Also, the exemption for temporary signs less than 8 feet would cause a proliferation of signs, particularly in the right of way. Again, these are implementation concerns we have. 10.3E5A provides a new category of real estate signs that would dramatically increase the allowed real estate signage to specifically address temporary land development signs. So it would allow a 32 square foot of signage per acre with individual signs up to 64 square feet. Just to give you kind of an order of magnitude, 64 feet is the size of a garage door. It allows no more than 20 signs per 100 acres, but temporary land development signs are in addition to the individual real estate signs that are allowed per lot. So next slide, please. So this is the recently recorded Centennial Properties Country Vista binding site plan. It's a 99 acre real estate development. The green signs on this indicate the 64 square foot, the number of 64 square foot signs that would be allowed in this development. The red signs are 32 square feet, so that's the size of a man door. That's what we allow currently for real estate. So that would be the signage that would be allowed to advertise this development. It's a dramatic increase in the amount of signage that could be allowed. Next slide, please. 10.3E7.8 increases the maximum area of blade signs from 20 square feet to 30 square feet and maximum height of 14 feet above the sidewalk. To 20 feet above the sidewalk. Regulations for the blade signs were adopted in 2021 with the stated intent of such signage being pedestrian oriented. In fact, the definition of blade sign added to the development code in 2021 says blade sign, a rigid projecting or suspended sign that is perpendicular to the building or mounted at a 135-degree angle when located on a building corner, that is mounted below an awning, canopy, or other first floor overhang and or over the building or entryway for which the primary audience is pedestrians. So when you have a sign that's 20 feet above the pavement. That's auto-oriented. It's not pedestrian-oriented. Not saying that that's wrong, but it's something that needs to be considered. That wasn't the intent of the original blade sign language. And so we would need to look at those issues in a little bit more depth. Next slide, please. So we also identified potential conflicts with the comp plan goals and policies based upon the potential proliferation of signs. So urban design, as well as just the urban design. So urban design goal number 1, maintain the urban village character and the scenic resources of the community. And again, the concern is the amount of sign pollution that could potentially result from the changes to this. Urban design policy number 8, continue to implement and strengthen standards for the scale and intensity of commercial signs that protect views and minimize signage clutter while still allowing adequate business identification. Urban design policy number 19, maintain design standards and land use plans for the neighborhood centers, community centers, and the central business district that are based on the following principles. And the applicable principle is that signs should be regulated to reduce glare and other adverse visual impacts on nearby residents and without limiting their potential contribution to the color and character of the center. Urban design policy number 20 calls for maintaining specific regulations for designated aesthetic corridors and boulevards that limit sign height and size, excuse me. Next slide, please. Staff made a recommendation on this, and I want you to know that staff rarely makes a recommendation, but there were enough implementation concerns, enough internal conflicts, and enough concerns about conflict with our comprehensive plan goals that we recommended that the proposed amendments be deferred for potential consideration and resolution as part of the 2024 sign code amendment process. In staff's opinion, this proposal was not ready for prime time. Next slide, please. The Planning Commission came to the following conclusions during their deliberations. The proposed amendment is not consistent with the comprehensive plan and is detrimental to the public welfare. The proposed amendment is not warranted by a change in economic, technological, and/or land use conditions. The proposed amendment is not necessary to correct an error. The proposed amendment is necessary to clarify meaning or intent. The proposed amendment is necessary to provide for a proposed use that was not previously addressed. And the proposed amendment is not deemed necessary as being in the public interest. Next slide, please. The Planning Commission recommendation in this matter was that the proposed amendments not be approved. And again, it's not that the concept behind them doesn't have some merit for consideration as part of a more comprehensive sign code overhaul, which we're proposing to do next year. But the challenges with implementing this are not inconsequential. Next slide, please. Questions on sign code?
Sorry.
Lisa, when are we looking at sign amendments
When are
for
we
next
looking?
year? Yes.
Well, it depends on whether or not you approve the budget, but we would be getting that going early next year. It's a pretty big lift. We would have to go out for a request for proposals and go through a selection process to get a consultant on board to do it. But I would anticipate that selection process happening in the first quarter of 2024.
Just wondering the difference between Centennial Properties wanting to get their things sold versus when our sign amendments are going through.
Well, so I want to point out that the on that slide, the ones in red, the ones in red are not currently allowed. The ones in green are. So there's plenty of signage allowed for real estate. This would be more than doubling. It would actually be tripling the amount of signage that could be done. So that was the concern there. So Centennial still does have the ability and they're already working on it. So no worries there.
Okay.
Could you roll back to some of the challenges that were perceived in
Sure.
implementation, specifically the temporary sign section?
Okay. Can you back it up, please? Back. 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 Back one more, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to recount my own perception, Lisa, of our current standards with respect to like A-boards, temporary on-premise signage. I think our businesses are allowed temporary A-board placements, and you pull back at night, right? That's the general purpose is, these are.
Yes, they can use the A-board signs. I will say that there's challenges with it that need to be cleaned up in that they have to do it within a certain footage of their front door, which is problematic for some of these developments, particularly on Country Vista, where the buildings run perpendicular to the street. And so it would be that is one of the areas that we have identified in the future for changes. But again, I want to remind you that one of the things that we also have to do as we are looking at the sign code is incorporate the concept of content neutrality into it. And so and some of these regulations were not content neutral. And so that was one of the other big concerns with this. And that's an area where our legal counsel has absolutely advised us that we can make changes that don't exacerbate our problems with content neutrality, but we absolutely cannot make changes that would, and in some cases these did.
Specifically in the current A-board model, do I have to get a permit for that?
Technically, it does require a temporary permit. There is no fee associated with it, and it's really just not enforced. Okay. It's not enforced because we don't have the bandwidth to do that.
I speak in support of not necessarily requiring permitting for that action. I think those temporary signs reasonably placed within guidance is given as long as they meet it. I shouldn't necessarily need to come to City Hall for a permit.
I would agree. And there's other signs, there's other temporary signs that require a permit that are absolutely onerous that need to be changed. And it's one of these things where we know there's problems with our code, but it's a pretty big lift once we start delving into it to get to the content neutrality. And so that's part of the reason why we haven't done it yet. But yeah, I totally agree with you on that.
I just recognize the staff's recommendation specifically to put it into a larger sign code resolution and put good speed to it in the interest of our business owners. Thanks.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry to wait on me. Lisa, would you just call them?
Okay, thank you. I will.
Lisa, quick question. So the staff recommendation is to basically continue the discussion, move it on into the next year. The Planning Commission recommendation was to not approve it. Are they also under the assumption or agreement with you guys that we just continue it into next year?
Well, so we're not proposing to necessarily continue it into next year. We're proposing to fold it into the conversation related to the sign code overhaul. And we will bring that forward to the consultant almost immediately for their consideration as we kind of put this together.
I guess I'm just trying to, I want to respect what the Planning Commission recommendation that they made, if it were folded into a larger proposal.
Yeah, so they were proposing to not approve the specific code language that was proposed. That's not to say that and the discussion was the intent to consider some of these ideas as part of the larger discussion. Okay. But again, the code says they can approve it or they can recommend approval with modification or denial. So, so that was the appropriate action.
Thank you.
Other questions? All right, can we go on to the next one, please?
Lisa, was it rolled into that
same presentation?
Okay, let me reload it.
No jokes.
Only really bad dad jokes.
Me too.
I think I learned them all.
Yes.
So the next one we're going to talk about is public utility local distribution facilities as limited use. This is a quick one, guys. Next slide, please. So first of all, just a definition. Public utility local distribution facilities, and yes, it's a mouthful, I'm sorry. Any building, structure, or device which transfers directly to the public the service or supply provided by a utility, including telephone, electric, less than 60 feet in height, gas, cable, television, water and sewer, and all other facilities, equipment, and structures necessary for conducting a local distribution by a government or public utility. So when we say this, think lift station for the sewer, or a well house. Think about substations, electrical substations, etc. Now there's some limitations as to whether that's local. The one over here on the corner of Appleway and Harvard Road, that's not a local district, that's a major distribution facility. So, but these are the smaller garden variety of these. Next slide, please. So right now, in all zones, except for open space where these are not allowed, these are required to go through are considered a conditional use. And the standards are that the utility company shall secure the necessary property or right-of-way to assure the proper construction, maintenance, and general safety of the properties abutting the public utility and local distribution facility, and the use shall be subject to restrictions and conditions as may be imposed by the hearing examiner under Article 10.4H. Next slide, please. So conditional use permit, losing all my papers there. The conditional use permit process requires a hearing before the hearing examiner. It's much more costly for the applicant. It's much more time consuming for staff. It's a much less timely decision process. And ultimately, taxpayers and utility customers pay for the additional cost. And one of the other things that I want to say, I'm not a big fan of conditional use permits, just generally speaking, because it's a whole lot of time and process that at the end of the day, any conditions that are imposed need to be premised on city code standards and policies and or mitigation of negative impacts. Those are the limitations that the hearing examiner has. We have those same limitations for limited use standards and through our SEPA process. Next slide, please. So with the limited use permit process, there's no public hearing required. It's less costly, more efficient process. It is still subject to SEPA, public comment to identify impacts and mitigations, and any conditions imposed still need to be premised on city code standards and policies and or mitigation of negative impacts. So the outcome is the same, but there's a whole heck of a lot less cost and process associated with it. Next slide, please. So these are the changes that would be required. Basically, we'd make a change to our zoning matrix where this category of use would be changed from a conditional use to a limited use. It's number one. Next slide, please. Similarly, we'll be making changes in the River District development regulations, their zoning matrix. Next slide, please. And in the zoning district standards section of the zoning ordinance is chapter 2, 10-2. Each zone has a section related to limited uses and a section related to conditional uses and standards associated therewith. So what we're proposing is the language in red for the limited use, that the utility shall secure the necessary property or right-of-way to assure the proper construction, maintenance, and general safety of properties abutting the public utility local distribution facility. Same as in the conditional use. The utility shall comply with landscaping and screening requirements as detailed in City Development Code 10.3C, unless a valid public safety and security reason for not installing said landscaping can be demonstrated by the utility. That language is new, and that's one that I've run into a number of times, particularly as it relates to electrical substations, et cetera. And there are some safety concerns at times associated with landscaping for some of the utilities, and from a as Tom will recognize the term septed principle, which is now I'm going to remember that. Now I'm going to forget it's public septed
Public
unity?
safety design principles essentially is what you're talking.
Yes, yes, exactly. Anyhow, next slide, please. And then we'll just delete the language from the conditional use section in all these different zoning categories. It's cleaner, it's simpler, it's streamlined. And I don't know about you, but if I need a water tank, or if I need a sewer lift station in my community, it needs to be there. Where it needs to be is determined, is an engineering decision that has to, it's not like this is just like, oh, I like that property over there, I think I'll slap it on. It's got to be located where it needs to be located. And this just really is just acknowledging the reality of that. Next slide, please. So these are all the sections in code, both River District and City Development Code. They're all in Chapter 2 that need to be changed. But all the language changes are the same ones that I showed you. Next slide, please. And yes, the Planning Commission's recommendation do identify the relevant comp plan goals and policies, and there's quite a few. Next slide, please. Planning Commission in their deliberations found that the proposed amendment is consistent with the comp plan and is not detrimental to the public welfare. It is warranted by a change in economic, technological, or land use conditions. The proposed amendment is not necessary to correct an error. It's not necessary to clarify meaning or intent. It is necessary to provide for a proposed use that was not previously addressed. And the proposed amendment is deemed necessary as being in the public interest. And with that, next slide, please. Planning Commission did recommend approval for this code amendment. Next slide, please. Oh, wait, questions?
So to characterize conditional versus limited use, conditional involves considerable staff time and applicant time versus limited, which is fairly straightforward.
Yes, it's also way more costly for the applicant. And again, one of the concerns is that the applicant are at the end of the day, the rate payers are our residents. So they get to pay the extra cost so that we can add the extra process that gets us to the same place regardless.
Thanks.
Next slide, please. So the next one that we're going to talk about is fencing standards for essential public facilities and utilities. This is also a quick one. And again, I want to point this out. This was brought to our attention by Liberty Lake Water and Sewer District, but it also came to us as a request from PD related to their evidence yard. You're going too fast. Oh wait, that's the yeah. Go back, go forward to the next presentation. There you go. Next slide. Okay. So currently, our city development code has the following standards for fences and walls. The following fencing materials shall be prohibited within the city: barbed wire or razor wire prohibited in all zones, and chain link prohibited in residential zones. And what we're proposing, the language that we're proposing be added to this is simply: these prohibitions shall not apply to essential public facilities and utilities, including but not limited to sewage treatment facilities, wells, water towers, lift stations, electrical substations, distribution and transmission facilities, and other critical public infrastructure. This is one of those things that came out of the 9/11, our emphasis on homeland security. And one of the things that we have found is that our essential public facilities and utilities are often or can be a target for terrorism and more recently for just disgruntled citizens. And so it's important that we be aware of this and that we allow for the security that's appropriate and necessary for these types of facilities. Next slide, please. So the River District regulations are a lot more complicated. We have chain link fences that are prohibited in the RDR, except when part of the fencing is for parks, open space, or sports facilities in private public parks, or as provided in paragraph D of this section. Chain link with black or green vinyl coating is approved for tennis courts, ball fields, and other sports facilities. It's prohibited in the RDM zone, except as provided for in paragraph D of this section. Except as provided for in paragraph D of this section, chain link fence is restricted in the RDC zone to rear yards and side yards. Yard fencing only when the zoning of the adjacent land use is RDC. Chain link is not allowed for side yards adjacent to public rights of way or driveways. But chain link fence materials with greener vinyl coating shall be permitted when associated with tennis courts, ball fields, or other sports facilities located on publicly owned or maintained property in any zone within the River District. I'm not proposing to change all that. Next slide, please. We're just proposing that we add new language similar to that in our development code, that these prohibitions shall not apply to essential public facilities and utilities, including all of the ones I stated previously. Next slide, please. There are a number of relevant comp plan goals and policies that, again, you'll find in the Planning Commission's recommendations. Next slide, please. And the Planning Commission in their deliberations found that the proposed amendment is consistent with the comp plan and is not detrimental to public welfare. The proposed amendment is warranted by a change in economic, technological, and/or land use conditions. It is not necessary to correct an error. It is not necessary to clarify meaning or intent. It is necessary to provide for a proposed use that was not previously addressed, and it is deemed necessary as being in the public interest. And again, the Planning Commission did recommend approval for this amendment. Questions?
Lisa, the very first page that talked about chain link barbed wire, is that going to have any impact on the potential National Guard facility, or are would they be considered under that okay? You've answered my question. Thank you.
For the record, that was a yes. For the minute taker. Any other questions?
I was trying to draw into an example where these are going to be presented. And I was thinking about like Pump House Park at the corner of Boone and Simpson. That's an existing facility, water district. The district could, I know they're not really probably interested in it, they could erect barbed wire then in that site.
I'm sorry, say again?
They could erect a barbed wire fence at that site.
They could potentially. So we had this, but they also then have an obligation, if they can, to try and meet the standards. We ran into that problem with the lift station that's at the trailhead off of Wellington Parkway. And we came up with a solution that was equivalent in the code. And so they did provide the barbed wire fence, and they did provide the but then they screened it. So they screened it with evergreens that are designed to grow together and whatnot. So it was a great solution because they were able to address their security needs, and at the same time, the community got the desired aesthetics.
So do you feel like the mitigation, I'll call it, you have enough in the code to be able to mitigate that properly?
Yes, where we can. There may be some cases where they can't. And if you remember, again, we have some other standards that we talk about, the landscaping, et cetera. Again, for in the limited use section. So these two kind of go hand in hand, but they're dealing with separate sections. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. And I'm going to turn it over to Amy to talk about the last two.
So Amy, just as you're getting up there, just a quick time check. We're at 6:45, so keep that in mind.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. It's also possible since we're not, I can workshop this at the next workshop as well, because at least the community events, if I run out of time, because we're not actually taking action on that one next meeting. That one's also been peeled off.
Sure.
So if we have to, I can do that as well. Hello. All right. So River District landscape amendments. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So this was a Greenstone proposal. They have numerous amendments to their to the landscaping chapter of the River District SAP. I did not include a full red line of all of the changes because they are voluminous, but they are included in the packet. Generally, the changes are looking to emphasize and encourage the use of existing landscaping, be more specific about the standards for plantings required around buildings, driveways, and parking lots. They also include additional considerations for calculating the planting beds and street trees around utilities and other infrastructure like light fixtures and single family driveways. Currently in the SAP, they have an interior parking lot alternative, and they're looking to substitute their existing alternative with the city's development code for interior parking lot. So they just kind of substitute out what they currently have for what we have in our city code. They're also looking to clarify that chain link fences with slats do not, excuse me, do not count as fully site obscuring. And they are requesting to reduce the required caliper of deciduous trees from 2 inches down to 1 3/4. They're having some supply chain issues, and in the city code, that is the current standard. 1 3/4 is the standard for deciduous. Next slide, please. The city's comp plan has quite a few goals and policies related, mostly supporting landscaping, particularly in our natural environment and urban design chapters. I won't read all of this to you because, as you'll see, there's 3 more slides of them. But from what I can tell, there's no conflict with what's been proposed and what's in our comp plan. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. And next slide, please. So from staff analysis, we had at least 2 in-person meetings and numerous back and forth emails on this between staff and Greenstone. So really what's included in your packet and what's reflected in the draft that you guys have before you really is reflective of the staff analysis. It was a collaborative and iterative process that we went through, and I think everybody was pretty happy with the outcome as far as staff and Greenstone. So what you're seeing is essentially reflective of the staff analysis. So they also, part of this is they proposed some changes to our street tree ordinance, and we're actually recommending that we adopt what they are proposing into the city code for 2 reasons. Number 1, they're good suggestions. And number 2, we're trying to keep the documents consistent. So we'll also incorporate those into the engineering design standards when we get to a place where we can update those as well. Next slide, please. So the Planning Commission decided that the proposed amendments are consistent with the comp plan and is not detrimental to the public welfare. The proposed amendment is warranted by a change in economic, technological, and/or land use conditions. The proposed amendment is necessary to correct an error. The proposed amendment is necessary to clarify meaning or intent. The proposed amendment is necessary to provide for a proposed use that was not previously considered. And the proposed amendment is deemed necessary as being in the public interest. Next slide, please. So the Planning Commission unanimously recommended that these amendments be approved. Next slide. Any questions? All right, we can go on, and I will breeze through community events, even though I have a lot to say. Okay, so this is one I'm particularly excited about. It was a staff initiated change, and by staff, I mean me. Last year, we recognized that there were some significant challenges with processing and reviewing these permits. And so we started working early last year to kind of find a way to make the process more effective and streamlined while also protecting the city's liability. Next slide, please. So what we're proposing is there's a lot of different changes associated with this. We're proposing updates to our definition section. Right now we use seasonal and special events and community events interchangeably, even though we only have a definition for seasonal or for community events, even though they're primarily referred to as seasonal and special events. So we're just clearing up the definitions to provide some continuity of language. We're also proposing an amendment to the definition of public assembly, which would remove the requirement that those things be permitted. And I'll get into that a little bit more later. We're also, seasonal and special events are currently in our land use zoning or our zoning matrix as limited uses in all zones. And limited uses, as we've kind of talked about, are those that are permitted, but with some tailored conditions. So what we're proposing is that we take public assembly and special events, seasonal and special events out of the land use matrix and out of all of the limited use sections in the zoning chapters and create a new type of permit that specifically addresses community events. And because we're making some changes to the miscellaneous permits, we've also taken a chance to clarify some language in the temporary buildings. It's not directly related, but it's kind of adjacent. Also, special events are addressed in the municipal code currently. And from what we can tell, the chapter in the municipal code has not been used very frequently, and in some ways conflicts with what's in the development code. So what we're proposing is that we repeal that section of the municipal code and let the development code kind of define the rules of engagement on those ones. We've also updated our application document, and we're working to get the application process online and integrated with our permitting software. So hopefully that will make the whole process more streamlined and efficient for everyone, for staff and for the applicants. Next slide, please. So these are the changes to the definitions. For community events, we really wanted to make sure that we articulated that one of the primary triggers is events that will have a direct, significant impact on city services. We also removed the specific examples of current events that are happening because those change over time, and just tried to go with a more general list of types of activities that would require this permit. As you can see at the bottom of public assembly, we've also taken out the requirement that a public assembly permit be obtained prior to holding it. Next slide, please. So this is what our zoning matrix would look like. Again, we're taking out public assembly and seasonal and special events. Community events are allowed in all zones right now as a limited use, and they still will be. And public assembly activities will be permitted as community events as appropriate. There's certain exemptions for certain types of activities, and those are listed in the new community event chapter. Next slide, please. So this is an example of what the limited use sections look like in all of the zones, including the River District SAP. And these are the changes that we're proposing, is just, again, continuity of language, excuse me, and taking public assembly and seasonal and special events out of the limited use sections. Next slide, please. So this is the current language for seasonal and special events. It is listed again as a temporary use permit under miscellaneous permits. All of this language has been incorporated into the new code section. So we're just suggesting that we just take the whole thing out. Next slide, please. So this is the one that's not directly related to community events, but they happen to be in the same chapter. So we just wanted to take the opportunity to clarify that storage containers are allowed as a temporary building when they're in association with an active construction project. They provide more secure storage for tools and materials and things like that. Next slide, please. And this is that same section, but again, they're only allowed to be on site for a year unless they apply for an extension. And this is just saying as long as the extension is actually approved. Next slide, please. Mobile sales and concessions. We're just really doing some code cleanup to make sure that this is jiving with what we're proposing for the new community event. Just again, continuity of language, taking out some of the specific language and leaving things a little bit more general, just because sometimes you start getting into splitting hairs when you get too specific. Next slide, please. These are, again, just changes to the mobile sales and concessions. They're not terribly substantive. They're more just cleanup and just making sure that everything is jiving together. Next slide. So the new community event language is about 6.5 pages long. So there was no way for me to put that all on a slide. So I'll just touch on the ones that I think are very important, and I'm happy to answer any questions on other ones should there be any. The purpose and intent statement sounds very boring, but when we get into that gray area or those oddball type of events, or we experience a challenge to our requirements, our purpose and intent statement is really where we get into why are we doing this and what is it that we care about? And that kind of helps us navigate those areas where something may not fit squarely into a permitted or a not permitted type of situation. The permit exceptions list out the types of activities that don't require a community event permit. And that is where you'll find things like funeral processions and lawful picketing on public sidewalks. We've clarified what is required for what types of documents and what types of information we need to be contained within the application itself. And the approval and denial criteria is huge for staff. Right now, we don't really have any clear policies about what is approvable and when something is not approvable. And then also providing an appeal process for people that don't feel that the outcome was fair. So as you guys know, we recently switched insurance providers, and we provided this language after the Planning Commission hearing to them. That's just kind of how the timing worked out. They provided us with a series of recommendations and a very in-depth toolkit on how to address this very topic. So there are a few additional changes that we are going to be working on. I haven't been able to vet those internally yet, but once I kind of get internal sign off from staff, we'll take those back to the Planning Commission for their meeting in December, and then get their sign off on that, and then bring those back to you guys. So this one has been peeled off from the other ones and will go on a separate schedule. Next slide, please. Our comp plan really doesn't have any specific goals and policies that directly address this, although the narrative and the content of it are very supportive of community events. They acknowledge how important they are to the community, as well as the strategic plan. So there's nothing that we are proposing that is in conflict with the comp plan. Next slide, please. So our current language is challenging and vague and leads to a lot of frustration for staff and for applicants. So there really doesn't seem to be much consideration for large events or multiple small events that could have a significant impact on our city resources, particularly emergency response. It also doesn't address, our current language doesn't address the requirement for insurance, and we feel that that's an important aspect to be in the code itself. And the rest of the proposed edits are really just making sure there's continuity of language, with the exception of the public assembly and temporary building amendments, which are just kind of conveniently adjacent. That's what I would say. Next slide, please. The Planning Commission found that the proposed amendment is consistent with the comp plan and is not detrimental to the public welfare. It is warranted by a change in economic, technological, or land use conditions. It is necessary to correct an error. It is necessary to clarify meaning or intent. It is necessary to provide for proposed use that was not previously addressed, and the proposed amendment is deemed necessary in the public interest. Next slide, please. So their initial recommendation was unanimously to approve this. Again, we have some additional changes that we'd like to make, so we're going to go back to the Planning Commission and have them review those and then bring those forward at a separate meeting. Next slide, please. Any questions at my warp speed presentation?
From the perspective of a smaller group that's trying to organize a community event, I recognize liability insurance coverage is a really onerous challenge.
Yes.
Is there any path for, I don't know, a few neighbors that want to have a block party to obtain insurance?
Well, so the way that we've come to kind of define this is so one of the exemptions that you'll see in there is for HOA activities that are exclusively on HOA property. And really what that's getting at is if it's got a limited guest list. So if you're not out into the public, putting it on Facebook, putting it out there that we want everybody and anybody to come, then it likely won't rise to the level that we'll need a community event permit. But we do have, our insurance provider does have an opportunity for people to get what they call tulip insurance. So they provide that. They provide an opportunity for you to purchase that through.
That's what I was looking for, is some opportunity for our community to buy insurance.
Yes, WCIA offers a program that does that. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. All right. Okay, everybody, thanks for your patience while we ran really close here. If it's okay with the council, you guys want a quick 5-minute break? And I know my computer's a couple minutes behind, so we'll start our regular meeting at 7:05. That'll give me a chance to get my Wi-Fi working. Kelsey, I'm having trouble with my Wi-Fi. Do you remember the password? I know, it's usually hanging up. Where did it go? Well, I can use the guest. What does that say? The password. I'm not. We'll also be calling in a little bit later as well. So until I get my my connection going here, I'm running from the agenda on my phone, so I apologize for that. And hopefully we'll get this fixed soon. So we'll go ahead and start with the roll call. Councilmember Cargill.
Present.
Councilmember Kurtz. Present. Councilmember Van Orman.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Follier.
Here.
Councilmember Spencer.
Present.
Councilmember Dunn.
Happy to be here.
And Councilmember Sahlberg.
Here.
All right. Now we move into agenda approval.
Make a motion to approve the agenda.
We have
Second.
Oh, thank you. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Just want to make sure. Do we have any discussion?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Who was first?
Don't know. But
Okay.
I will go.
All right. Yeah, it
like-
would be great if people could wait for me to call on them, but Mayor, Councilmember
Absolutely.
Van Orman, go ahead.
I'd like to go ahead for the agenda approval, move 10 D and E to action items 11 A and B.
Okay. Do we have a second on moving general business D and E to action items?
Second.
We have a second by Mayor Pro Tem. Any discussion? All right, not hearing any. Those in favor of moving general business items D and E to general business action items, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, those two items are moved. All right, now Councilmember Kurtz.
Madam Mayor, I would like to move item 15C off of the agenda.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to move ordinance item number C to remove that from the agenda. We have any discussion? We have a motion and a second. Go ahead, Councilmember Kurtz.
So I'm hoping everybody can take a breath and hang with me for a moment here. This is not something that I have talked to anybody about. And so in the effort of a transparent public meeting, my reason for asking to take this off, and I'll provide a solution for it as I get a little bit further, is that I would like to still have an off-ramp to meet in the middle with this ordinance. What I've consistently said throughout the 7 months that we discussed this ordinance previously, or the prior iteration of the ordinance, is that I'm willing to come to the table to do the hard work that the mayor in her veto instructed us to do. she asked us to come together with someone from each side of the dais and the Board of Trustees to develop an ordinance that gets to the middle for the overall good of the community. I am offering that in this motion that I will do here in a second, a chance to show the citizens that we are not a divided council and that we can work together. In the end, if we can't do this, we can't get to the middle, I'd like to bring the ordinance back by December 15th. Again, I have not talked to anybody about this. The person that I would propose working with, I would propose myself, volunteer myself to work on this side of the aisle. And I would like to invite Jed Spencer, if he'd be willing to do that work with me. It's a genuine offer to work together. I would like to work with Jed because I find him to be direct, succinct, and he talked about being curious when he was running for office. He talked about being open-minded. So that is my rationale for moving it off of the agenda. And my idea, I haven't made this motion yet, would be to move it to a committee, with that being the committee, 2 council members, the Board of Trustees.
Okay, so the motion on the floor was to move ordinance item 15C, remove that from the agenda. So is there any other comment? Councilmember Dunn?
Yeah, I also have some thoughts regarding the motion, item 15C on our agenda tonight, and I've prepared some exhibits to be able to discuss. Please move to the next slide. Hard to read, but I want to bring forward, in May of this year, there was a motion. This motion was moved by Councilmember Cargill and seconded by Councilmember Spencer. This motion for an action of policy, which included one line that it set our community on fire. I've highlighted the text, the set within this motion that I believe was the heart of the matter. I characterized the principal question as, should the library policies require the approval of the city's council? Next slide, please. I think that, in fact, Councilmember Follier's campaign website did an excellent job of resolving this principal question. That a motion may have, I'll just stop and pause and say, Councilmember Follier, is this familiar and is it accurate?
It has only been about the library policy from the beginning for me. Yes.
Good. Thank you. Next slide, please. Tonight, this action has been set to our agenda to be considered as a motion. This potential motion is familiar. It includes in section 2, it's referring to the principal question, which is very familiar to the previous motion considered in May, moved by Cargill and seconded by Spencer. This is a familiar principal question. Next line, please. This is reporting revealed by the spokesman review this morning in an interview with Councilmember Follier. And I just want to highlight remarks provided by Councilmember Follier. Quote, said he is reintroduced this topic as part of a conclusion to his term on the council. Continuing, he introduced the original ordinance and the mayor vetoed, and he wanted it to consider it again. Did the reporter accurately characterize your statements, Councilmember Follier?
Relatively, I suppose, yes.
Great, thanks. Next slide. This is section 5 from the Liberty Lake City Council Rules and Procedures covering specifically motions and voting. And I'll draw attention to the section covering specifically motions to reconsider. I'll quote, the motion to reconsider must be made by a person who voted with a majority on the principal question. I'll draw attention to the utility of the word principal question, and must be made at the same or succeeding regular meeting. I believe that the city needs to abide by and recognize this rule. I believe that we are witnessing a principal motion brought forward a second time outside of what's defined as the rules defined for our operation. I want to also appeal to the sense of risk management. There are parties who will come forward with claims for injunctive relief to compel the city to follow its rules. if this agenda item is considered as a motion. I'll draw attention to a letter positioned by the ACLU of Washington received by the city in April of 2023. I further believe that using the city's resources to litigate an action in the name of a poetic conclusion to Councilmember Follier's term is not a good use of our taxpayers' money. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councilmember Kurtz?
I'd like to make a motion to move.
We still have this one open on the floor. Are you amending the original motion?
Yes.
Okay, so then we will vote on the amendment and then go back to the original.
I would like to amend the motion to bring ordinance 119D to committee and take it off the agenda for tonight.
Did we have a second to the amendment?
Second.
Councilmember Dunn, first and second by Councilmember Dunn. So all right, any discussion on the amended? These are always fun. The amendment to the original motion. Councilmember Dunn.
I value the appeal to dialogue. Thanks.
Anybody else? All right, no further comments. Make sure I'm stating this right since we had an amendment. And since I can't see our city attorney online. So Sean, if you're there, please jump in if I'm misstating. So all those in favor of removing ordinance 119D, section 15C to December 15th?
A committee.
To a committee for review, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. We have 3 in favor. Any opposed? Well, we need to take the vote first, and then the motion fails 3-4. Go ahead, Councilmember Cargill.
I don't think we were voting on the right thing because we were supposed to be voting on the amendment to the original motion, which was probably a distinction without a difference, but still we have to vote on the amendment to the motion.
Okay.
And then vote on what Councilmember Kurtz.
It's always tough when we're trying to amend the original.
My apologies again. My apologies.
Okay, so let's just to make sure we have all our I's dotted and T's crossed. So this vote will be on to approve the amendment to Councilmember Kurtz's original motion. So those in favor of approving moving this to a committee, right?
Those approve amending the original motion.
Yes, yeah. Right. Please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we have 1, 2, 3. Those opposed? Okay, we have, that motion fails 3-4, 4-3, excuse me. Kelsey, do you have that on there? Okay, so then back to the original motion. Those in favor of removing item 15C, first read of ordinance 119D, please say aye.
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 Okay. Those opposed? Okay, motion fails 4-3. Okay. All right, so we are back to, are there any other requests for, Mark, you look like you're going to jump in. Did I miss something?
No, I was just going to clarify before we move on. Tom Rohr, are you on the line?
Yeah, yes, I am.
He's our stand-in city attorney. I want to make sure that if he's available, we can call on him. Tom, are you there?
I am, thank you.
Michael, do you see Tom?
You may have to unmute him.
Can anyone hear me? Yes, Tom, I'm co-host. I can hear you. Can everyone else hear me on the meeting? This is Trevor Reagan.
There he is.
I can. Mayor, can you hear me? Trevor Reagan.
Is he able to? Is he unmuted?
He's unmuted, it looks like, but we can't hear him.
Tom, can you hear us?
I can.
Yeah, but we can't hear him.
Right.
Okay, we can't hear you. We're working on it. I just wanted to point out that he's there and available.
Yeah.
Okay,
so are there any other requests for amendments?
Work on trying to get you audio there.
So we do have an amendment. So we're looking for approval on the amended agenda.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the amended agenda, moving items 10, D, and E to 11, A and B, I guess.
Yeah, thank you.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we're gonna need hands on this. Go ahead, those in favor, please say aye, raise your hand. Those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Okay, so the agenda still passes 4-3. Kelsey, you have those? Okay, great. Okay, all right, so now we have an approved agenda. We will move to citizen comments. So we have quite a few. I'm going to remind everybody of the ground rules, both here and online. So each person is limited to 3 minutes. I will stop you at 3 minutes. You need to have everybody have their fair time. You cannot donate your minutes to somebody. So there will be a clock up on the screen counting down. Please introduce yourself and whether you live in the city of Liberty Lake city limits or not. That's an important distinction when it comes to, especially to this topic. I will just go through in the order that I got these. If there's anybody online who would like to make a comment, please just send your name through the meeting chat to our meeting host. Everybody be respectful and listen to everybody, whether you agree with them or not. So we're going to go ahead and start tonight out with Kim Schmidt.
Good evening. My name is Kim Schmidt and I do live in Liberty Lake. And here we are again. I certainly hope that no one is shocked that we are here once or as I choose to call it, a not so subtle path to banning books. Many of us see through your polished up attempt at censorship. Actions by some members of this council have been un-American, anti-liberty, and about as transparent as a brick wall. At this point, it's clear that many of you are opportunists, and what a brilliant opportunity you have in front of you. Until the first of the year, those of you who choose to harness this opportunity possess the supermajority. In reality, you are clogging the pipes of progress with your highly partisan agenda. And yes, banning books is a partisan issue. Congrats on your moment of glory. Revel in it, enjoy it. Heck, roll around in it and get all stinky in it if you want to. But just remember, the sun will eventually expose the darkness. I know that I do not need to educate you on the group Moms for Liberty because, after all, they are your friends and donors. You're likely also aware that they are a driving force behind the vast majority of recent book ban attempts. Their slogan is, "We don't co-parent with the government." Have you ever bothered to consider how ironic that statement is? Their actions show that they are literally co-parenting via the government. And this is exactly what the majority of you are attempting to do through the revised language in Ordinance 119D and the reintroduction of it. Throughout this process, many of you have presented as obstinate and unconcerned with what your constituents are saying. You have been more concerned with the opposition or the mob, as we have been branded, than this pesky little thing called your oath of office and the folks that put you in your seats. I stand behind every single word that I've said so far this evening. After all, the absence of criticism is the greatest threat to freedom. Many of you have done some truly wonderful things for our community. Don't let your contributions be overshadowed by being on the wrong side of history. I would like to extend a genuine congratulations to all council members who won their races. As you know, you have taken on great responsibility. I hope that we can all come to a place where it is clear that your nonpartisan chairs are holding nonpartisan members, and that the only thing that really matters is continuing to develop and improve this wonderful city and community. I would also like to congratulate those of you who didn't prevail this round. Not every race is ours to win. You took a chance and put yourself out there, which in my book is still a victory. Many of us, the mob, are disappointed and feel defeated. But as my old Little League coach used to say, defeat is only a temporary condition, but giving up is permanent. We're showing you here tonight that we are not giving up. This process has only made us more motivated and forced us to think creatively. In fact, some of you are already seeing the fruits of our determination and creativity.
Thank you very much. Okay, next up we have Bob West.
Mayor, council members, Bob West, Spokane Valley, a block and a half outside of Liberty Lake boundaries, and I do a lot of business here in Liberty Lake. As a result of the decision to place again on the present agenda another attempt at power and control over the library board, I would like the city council to reflect upon the magnitude of an ordinance giving this council final authority and approval over the library board's policies and procedures. I also had a chance to reflect on exactly what this means. I started by doing some research on what the term power and control meant. I ran across an illustration of what is called the power and control wheel out of Michigan State University at www.safeplace.msu.edu. It broke down power and control into 9 categories on this wheel. It is reasonable that if one of these areas was being demonstrated by an individual, group of individuals, or an organization, that entity would be exhibiting power and control by its definition. Looking at this wheel, I opine that this council has exhibited to some degree 5 of these categories. That, in my opinion, would be just cause to pause this action and do a bit of reflection on itself. I provided a copy of this illustration for the record to the clerk. It is important to refresh memories and educate for the record how we got here. This all started with an attempt by a citizen to ban a book from the library. That did not prevail. An attempt at gaining control of the library board was offered and vetoed by the mayor. That should have been the end to it. At the conclusion of that decision, Council Member Chris Cargill threatened the livelihoods of library board members, has had official complaints filed against him for ethics, violations of oath of office, and additional actions that were retaliatory in nature. These discussions lasted for over 7 months and cost the taxpayers thousands of hours of wasted man hours and dollars in those deliberations. These are all documented and on the record. Due to these charges and complaints, it would show a clear conflict of interest if Mr. Cargill participated in any vote until the final determination by the hearing examiner or legal investigation into these allegations. I would therefore suggest that this reading of this ordinance be stayed until completion of those matters, clearing Mr. Cargill of any conflict and the potential of litigation due to his actions. I would also like to put on the record I've filed an official public records request for public records due to the potential violation of the Open Meeting Act of any communications between council members Cargill, Foyer, Spencer, Kennedy, and Van Orman between the recent veto date of the mayor and present, and any discussions regarding implementation of this new ordinance.
We need to stop.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Up next, we have Linda Ball.
Oops. I'm Linda Ball, Councilwoman elected for a 4-year term, seat 1. Here is why I will be a councilwoman. I listened to people as I canvassed neighborhoods. With my small team, we knocked on 3,757 doors and had conversations with at least 588 households. With regard to Councilman Foyer's quote in this morning's paper that the voters choose to go another way, well, they didn't choose to go another way. Otherwise, I would have been defeated. I estimated that I visited with several hundred of these households that I visited. And these citizens are not concerned about that the city council doesn't have enough control over the library board of trustees. In fact, they are concerned about growth, overly ambitious developers, massive multi-unit projects that will uproot wildlife and disturb natural habitat, create traffic nightmares, and increase first responder calls, burdening our police and fire departments. In fact, of those who asked me about my stance on the library, I told them I feel that the librarians and the board are the experts in their field, and they are perfectly capable of taking care of the business of the library. I'm quite sure that they voted for me. The library trustees do not need a babysitter. The proposed ordinance 119D is insulting to the expertise that our library staff and trustees have in their field. You also have insulted library patrons, parents who are very capable of helping their children make good literary decisions, and anyone you doubt has the ability to make an informed decision when choosing reading material. Those of you who want to ram this through before there is this window with a supermajority, in other words, when I'm sworn in, I believe you're afraid of people who think differently from you. What is wrong with thinking critically and questioning the status quo? You created this problem. Here's the question. If this isn't about book banning, then why does the majority not demand control of the Planning Commission, Parks and Arts, the CEC, or any of the other boards and commissions that lie within this city? You just seem to be focused on the library. So as I've said before, this is about First Amendment rights. You want to control what people read. Let it go. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right, next we have, and I apologize if I mess up a last name, Joan Berkowitz, speaking for Joe Pitt.
And here we are again. Because of a wrinkle in time moment in which a lame duck council member and a newly elected member might provide them with a supermajority to override the mayor's possible veto. This is a blatant power grab. There is no other way to describe this action. Instead of waiting until the newly elected full council is seated, this ordinance hopes to take advantage of the small window of time between the certification of the election and the seating of all of the newly elected council members to push through a highly unpopular measure to give the council oversight of the library's policies. So, Mike Kennedy, do you really want to begin your term by voting for a measure that the overwhelming majority of Liberty Lake residents showed up and opposed in force? No other issue in the history of our city has prompted more residents to attend city council meetings. No other issue has placed more protesters in the streets of the city than this one. No other issue has prompted a veto from the mayor, who based her decision in part on the fact that the council had blatantly ignored the will of the citizens. For the record, I stand firmly against the proposal that the city council should have the authority to approve all library policies. Politics and library science do not belong together.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Beth Miller. And remember, let us know if you live within the city limits or not.
I'm here today because I was a part of the Liberty Lake community for over 30 years. Life circumstances forced me to move away, but this is where I raised my daughter. This is where I made most of my best friends, and this place I still consider home. As I lived here, I realized that motherhood was not just about me caring for my daughter. My child brought more and more young people home as she grew, and as I got to know them, I realized that there was another kind of motherhood, the care that I wanted to extend to all young people simply because it's hard to be a new person in the world. I realized how important it was to make them all feel welcome and wanted. Tonight, I'm here because of my commitment to that kind of motherhood. Statistics show that LGBTQ youth are not feeling loved and included by the community, that in fact, their experience is challenging. Over half of LGBTQ middle and high school students report being bullied within the last year, and those who reported being bullied had 3 times the odds of attempting suicide. 29% of transgender and 21% of gay and lesbian youth have attempted suicide, compared to 7% of cisgender youth. These statistics are grim, but there's hope. LGBTQ students who reported they had affirming schools had 30% lower odds of being bullied. LGBTQ youth whose families affirm their gender and sexuality are 50% less likely to attempt suicide. Adults and communities actions matter. It's a literal issue of life and death. Ordinance 119D has been billed as a way for the community to voice its concerns about materials in the library. But here's the thing. We know this to be coded language. We started this over a book titled Genderqueer. If Ordinance 119D passes, it tells our LGBTQ community that we think their voice doesn't matter and that they don't matter. I am biologically the mother of one child, but together, all of us in this room are a parent for the entire community. It's our role to make our youth feel welcome and wanted. And in that capacity, I'm here to say to anyone who can hear this, that I see you, I affirm your gender and sexuality, and I want you to stay alive. I am standing firmly against Ordinance 119D to fight for you and the beautiful community that we can create together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, next we have Reverend Genevieve Haywood, sorry, I added an R in there.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members, for the opportunity to speak with you. I am the Reverend Genevieve Haywood, pastor at Beardale United Church of Christ, where some of the people from Liberty Lake are part of the congregation. I do not live in Liberty Lake. They are very concerned about this ordinance, number 119D. The ordinance looks like an effort by some elected officials to force the city of Liberty to lose their liberty. Seems a bit ironic. The reason the request is said tonight to put this into a working committee and having that voted down also raises concern with what the purpose and meaning of bringing this time, what that is. It looks like a move of the city council to micromanage the library instead of focusing on the less glamorous parts of your job. The parts of your job dealing with the city planning, the road, the maintenance, the building permits, the neighborhood safety, and the day-to-day workings. As a parent and former child, I can attest to the reality that children are far more influenced by their peers and now by social media than they are by books, librarians, or teachers. I recognize that promoting this agenda item says that those who are doing this promotion say that they are doing it to protect children. And I must raise the uncomfortable reality that that is a false morality. The books in the library are not leading children away from the values of their parents. If the concern is for that which leads children away from the concerns of their parents, or even if you would take it so far as to radicalize the children, then put that energy you've been putting on the library into how you keep social media out of the schools. How do you keep the children off TikTok while they're in class? It is not the library that produces the results that you're looking for. If indeed, down in the depths of your heart, if the concern really is for the vulnerability of our children and not the micromanaging of the library, then there needs to be a different direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, next up we have Judy for Allison Ashlock. Judy, if you could share your last name, that would be great.
Hi, I'm Judy Silverstein. I'm in the county, and Allison Ashlock is a CVSD teacher who's at parent-teacher conferences tonight, and has lived in Liberty Lake now and since 1966, and has two graduates from Central Valley High School. So I've shortened this a little to make it fit the time. Quote, I write to convey my deep sadness that the city will pass an ordinance to obligate this council to approve all library policies with a simple majority, stripping our public library board of trustees' authority and any real function, since any library policy must be approved by the city council. Council members have declared numerous times that this ordinance is not about banning books, but it does give complete authority over any library policy to the city council. It is very suspicious that this issue has been going on for nearly a year over multiple city council meetings and workshops, and is now being brought up again in a strategic ploy to override a mayoral veto. With all the issues facing this city, it is very suspicious that so much energy is being put into solving a problem that does not exist. I'm very sad this is happening. It is simply a way to ban books and will be used to ban books, tarnishing Liberty Lake with a stain that will take years to clean up. People won't establish businesses. They won't shop. They won't eat in a city that bans books, and they won't move to a city that bans books to raise their families. This is a slippery slope that won't end well. We are a nation of independent thinkers with a constitutional right to freedom of speech, thought, and expression. If you don't like a book you're reading, you are free to close the book. Stop reading. You're not free to prevent everyone else from reading what you don't like. If you don't want your kids to read a book, you're free not to let them. You're not free to prevent everyone else's kids from reading it. And 3, anything you ban from the library is on the internet, only worse. So whatever you think you're banning in the library, everyone can access on the internet, unquote. On a personal note, if you think your middle schooler has not seen on the internet things you don't approve of, you need to think again. And in general, if you take the side of the same side as an organization that allies itself with an extremist hate group, you're on the wrong side. And if you take the side of a country famous for banning and then burning books and killing 11 million civilian citizens, starting with disabled children snatched from their homes, from their loving parents, you're on the wrong side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, next we have Earlene Carlone or Carlone. Thank you.
Earlene Carlone, Liberty Lake resident. I attended many city council meetings earlier this year at which the vast majority of the citizens spoke against the ordinance that was proposed then. The council disregarded those voices and voted to adopt it anyway. Fortunately, the mayor vetoed it. The ordinance at that time included language that said the council could not initiate a book ban. Now, members of the council are trying to sneak through by a time-limited backdoor loophole an ordinance that no longer includes language that the council couldn't initiate book bans and says that the council could possibly initiate a ban or restriction by a simple majority vote. I find this a very disturbing initial step toward restricting freedom of speech, and I would encourage the council to not pass the ordinance. I'm sure I was not alone when I assumed that the library issue had been resolved prior to the recent election. Citizens may well have voted differently had they known the questionable means council members would take to force this through just days after the election. Lack of transparency erodes constituent trust in the city council. Please do not vote to adopt ordinance 119D. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we have Travis Hunt.
Hello, Travis Hunt, Green Acres. I work at the Liberty Lake Urgent Care Clinic, and I'm on the sub list at Ridgeline High School. Everyone who's a parent or guardian or works with kids knows the angst of watching someone make a mistake despite repeated warnings. I thought, of course, I would be different as a parent. I was, of course, wrong. Sometimes all we can do is be loving and help clean up the mess. As the pandemic unfolded, I thought, of course, I can make a big difference. A master's degree in education, hundreds of successful biology students, PA school, tens of thousands of patients' visits. I got this. I didn't got this. After explaining the human immune system multiple times, I would frequently get angry responses and requests to keep my political commentary to myself. Did you all know that white blood cells are liberal and antibodies are socialists? I did not know that. I think I missed that lecture in PA school. In the face of watching society make such mistakes, there was nothing to do but be helpful and kind and clean up the mess. Fortunately for me, unlike some of my colleagues, that mess did not include refrigerated semi-trailers as makeshift morgues. In 2015 and 16, I had a lot to say about the pending presidential election, including the fact that one of the candidates would lead us to violence. Voters will recognize this and avoid the mistake, I thought. I, of course, was wrong. On January 6, 2021, I really wished I'd been wrong about the violence part too, but what is there for us to do but clean up the mess? So that's what we do. The strategy of the new Ordinance 119 is such that it will pass, this time without the clause that the City Council will not ban books. Well played. One consideration though, a review of the past 16 or so years, the US demographics and voting patterns show a significant shift in younger voter preferences. This showed up in the candidate forums and subsequent mock elections at Ridgeline High School. Travis Scott received 70%, 73% of the vote, and Teresa Tapau Hunt 62%. After conversing with 1,300 teens during pandemic-era medical visits, I have the strong impression they feel the adults of the world failed them. Our disregard for science and the golden rule did not go unnoticed. That reinforced what I observed as a teacher, that teens are so good at detecting hypocrisy, they could be heroes in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. The efforts to continue the national trend of banning books about people of color and the LGBTQ+ community also did not go unnoticed in the mock election. With the library ordinance, I thought efforts would be made to avoid reinforcing this hypocrisy. I have been, of course, wrong. So I will continue treating people in those groups for anxiety, depression, and other mental health disorders resulting from a society that views them as without value. I'll do my best to ensure my clinic is financially robust so we can contribute to the city economy to offset costs of First Amendment lawsuits. In short, I am here, I love this city, and I will help clean up the mess. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we have Lynn Atkins.
Lynn Atkins, resident of Liberty Lake. And surprise, I'm speaking about Ordinance 119D. So I admit that I was surprised to see this issue come up once again on the council agenda, especially since I didn't hear any discussion about it at any of your previous council meetings. I don't know why I was surprised, but I was, so there it is. So I can only assume that this is because of the recent election. Some council members have seen an opportunity to push the approval of library policy and procedures under their control. Now, you all know that I am opposed to this on the basis of the First and the 14th Amendment. I have spoken on that every single time. In reading the revised ordinance, I'm happy that the book banning topic, the confusing language, and the retroactive pieces were eliminated. So for that, I thank you. But it reads that final approval on all policies and procedure changes would come to the council. This then can become a cycle of pushback until the majority of the council either gets a policy to read as they want, or the board gives up on making what they may need to make as far as necessary changes. Board, don't ever give up. The argument's been made that as a department of the city, this is how it should be, that you have a responsibility to do this. However, there are exceptions within the city where you do not have final say over all of the policies and procedures. The police department is an exception. Some HR policies and even parts of city planning are exceptions, and this is because of state and federal laws and requirements. Now, by virtue of the 14th Amendment, the First Amendment's constitutional right of free speech and intellectual freedom also applies to local governments. Government agencies and government officials are forbidden from regulating or restricting speech or other expression based on its content or viewpoint. And in this case, it would be the library collection. So what I'm asking for is simple, that you rewrite 2E so that the final approval of the collection policy and the patron's use of the collection policy remains under the library board. All other policy and procedural changes, council could have final approval. This would be in keeping with the other departments of the city and with the 14th and the First Amendments. And by the way, I can't think of any federal or state law that is more important than our US Constitution and the First Amendment. There's a reason it's the First Amendment. And in the words of Samuel Alito, the First Amendment, I think, is the jewel of our Constitution.
Stop you there. Thanks very much. All right, next up, Jackie Babin.
There's a lot of really good stuff that people said. Good for you guys. I'll do my best. My name is Jackie Babin. I've lived in Liberty Lake since 2013. It appears to me that Mr. Follier and others are certainly taking advantage of the timing of council replacements in effect for just 1 month. 1 month. After that, we are back to our full elected council who should be making the necessary decisions. Mr. Follier was voted out, and yet he is allowed to still attempt to make a policy that was unsuccessful before with a legitimate city council. This proposal reeks of politics. I choose to live in Liberty Lake because of its small town atmosphere. While I may not agree with everything the council does, I trust that they will work together like neighbors to solve differences, not try to railroad their priorities. It's amazing how this need for change has suddenly attacked our city. Forces and money from the outside have surely played a part. After vetoing the last change, our mayor graciously proposed a different way to address this issue. All sides could be heard from respectfully, and no one got changes shoved down their throat. Isn't this what should happen in a community as fine as ours? The mayor nominated and the city council approved the library board. And now you want to second guess them and make library decisions that fit your agenda. I will ask you, how many of you have a degree in library science? I do. I would ask you, and so does the library director, by the way, the library director. How many of you have an advanced degree in education? Honey, I do. And you know what? Most of the board has one too. Don't we want trained people making the decisions about the library? If you didn't think they were capable of performing their duties, then you shouldn't have approved them. Should we question your competence? There's no question in my mind that they are making the best decisions for everyone. I feel like some of you want to make the only decision for your point of view. To summarize quickly, the full legitimate council that we elected should make the decision. Get rid of the politics and be accepting of all views, even if they don't agree with yours. Work towards compromise and consensus. Let the qualified people make the decisions affecting the library. Your job was to put the qualified people on the board, and you did. Listen to us again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, next, Natalie Van Buren.
Hi, Natalie Van Buren. I live in Liberty Lake. I have 4 children ranging in age from 10 to 18. And I just want to say I'm so grateful for our library. I took my son there for chess club this afternoon, and I took my 10 and 12-year-old to check out a huge stack of books. In fact, that's what's babysitting them tonight as I ran off and said, I need to go to this meeting. So I'm going to run after I'm done and get back to my kids who are home alone. But I am glad that I followed the woman right before me. I would like to echo many of her sentiments as well as those of Councilman Dunn. I think that what they said was very on point. I just want to bring up 2 points quickly. One is there was an issue about checks and balances that Mr. Follier brought forward. I think that the woman who spoke before me brought up that we have checks and balances in place, including that that board members of the library can actually be removed by a majority vote of this body sitting right here. So that's another checks and balance on that board. The other thing I would like to speak to is there seems to be an idea in the spokesman review that was put forth by Mr. Follier, that there is somehow a mandate based on how the voters voted in this last election. And I would like to point out that of the incumbents that came back and are sitting on the board, 2 of them were for the policy and 2 of them were against the policy. I don't really see a mandate there. I also see that the person who's putting forward this motion is a lame duck and was not actually reelected. So I would like to make that very clear that in sports that all 4 of my kids play, we call this a cheap shot. I'm grateful for our library. I'm grateful for all of the service that all of you put forward. And I hope that we can continue to have an autonomous, independent, because it's such a well-qualified board and the people
started. And I didn't make that up. My grasp of the English language is better than that. To me, this sounds like a retaliatory action in response to his being voted out of city council by the voters and citizens of Liberty Lake. On a related note, I don't believe that Chris Cargill is fit to participate in any votes related to the library or its board. With a prior ethics complaint addressing his dereliction of duties, which were specifically related to the library and its board, combined with the retaliatory remarks he made about the library board in response to the mayor's veto this past May, I would like to request that Councilmember Cargill recuse himself from voting on any matters related to the library and its board. At the very least, there should be a delay of any discussion on voting action taken on the library. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next, looks like it's our last one in person. So just a reminder for anybody online who wants to make a comment. Looks like I've got another one coming. Please send a note to our meeting manager in chat and they will provide me with those names when we get there. So next, Jackie, I'm going to pronounce the name, Cabral or Cabral? Cabral, okay, thank you.
I'm speaking tonight for Melissa Pitt, who is a resident of Liberty Lake. Dear Mayor and Council members, I've been a resident of Legacy Ridge, Liberty Lake for over 5 years and love Liberty Lake, specifically the library. I'm now extremely frustrated that our library and its board of trustees are once again under attack by some members of our city council. It appears once again some members are trying to quietly change the oversight of our library from the mayor and council-appointed library board of trustees to themselves. On Tuesday, November 21st, on that agenda, we again find the members of the council trying to make changes in Ordinance 119, inserting the following language: approve all library policies with a simple majority vote. Yes, that is blatantly trying to take over the library. I naively believed the council had heard the community and understood this was not acceptable, except the one council member that, following the mayor's veto, made an unbelievable statement for a nonpartisan city council member to make. It was obvious the mayor heard the community and therefore used her veto power to address our desires. I also believe the council members heard the community loud and clear following the recent election. During the Ridgeline Forum, one council member actually said the quiet part out loud and told us they would be bringing this item back to the council. We all heard this statement during the forum. That council member lost their re-election bid. The aforementioned council member that made a public statement following the veto is the founder, president, and CEO of a think tank based in Idaho that professes to make recommendations to lawmakers based on fact, not emotion. We all saw this is not the case for this council member, and they continue to speak and act from emotion and personal opinion. Further, this think tank's mission statement states they seek to empower, quote, individual liberty and limited government, unquote. I fail to see how this proposed change will empower my individual liberty as a member of the Liberty Lake Library. It actually impinges on my liberty, which is defined as the state of being free within society, free from oppressive restrictions imposed by authority on one's way of life, behavior, or political views. In this case, liberty means being able to have access to the information in my local free and public library. Liberty also means if I don't want to utilize that access, I don't have to. But it does not mean that if I don't like something, I have the right to keep others in the community from having access. That would be taking away others' freedoms. Limited government seems to me to mean the city council does not need to be involved in the oversight of the library, particularly when we have an appointed library board of trustees that the council has been involved in approving. We don't need or want our council members to be spending their time in this way, and we most certainly don't want them to be determining what resources and reading materials will be ordered, put on shelves, and retained. Finally, as a taxpayer, I'm tired of these council members spending our tax dollars.
That's time, I'm sorry. Thank you. Okay, next up, it looks like we have our countdown timer fixed. Cottingham, no, I always screw up your last name. You can introduce yourself.
Hi, Kotayam Natarajan, 1525 South Lilac Lane, Liberty Lake, Washington. Just real quick, I want to thank everybody. I know this is painful for all of us, you guys as well as us. And I just have to say, I hate to see the great city of Liberty Lake being dragged through the mud over this issue. because that's what's happening. The Spokesman Review, now Liberty Lake is targeted as the book banning city. I hate to see that. And I want to try to help you help us by saying, I know you're going to pass this. I get it. It is what it is. Try to do it in a way that doesn't harm the city of Liberty Lake. And here's what I mean by that. Help us understand what this is about. A lot of you have said it's not about banning books. Don't get so excited. I get it. So what can it be about? I went and did some research on this because we've all talked about policies and everything. This is really simple. It just says approve all library policies with a simple majority vote. That's pretty simple. What are the library policies? It's online on the internet because everything's on the internet, even things you ban in libraries, still on the internet. So it's things like customer service policy, fundraising and donations, library card eligibility policy. Is that what we spent a year fighting about over the library card eligibility policy? All these meetings, all these hours and hours? It can't be that. Here's what I think it's about. And this is where you guys got to tell us if it's not, right? The collection development policy. I'm reading from the policy. This is the policy. Liberty Lake Municipal Library's Board of Trustees recognizes that there are individuals and groups with diverse interests, backgrounds, ages, and needs, and that the library was created to serve all the people within the community it serves. The collection development policy is based on and reflects the library's mission, vision, values, and strategic goals. The Board of Trustees declares that it adheres to and supports the First Amendment of the Constitution of the United States, the Library Bill of Rights from the American Library Association, Freedom to Read Statement, Freedom to View Statement, Washington Library Association Intellectual Freedom Statement. If that's what we're going to ban, then let's be honest about it and say that's what we're banning here. And if it's not, then what is it? What is it everyone's so uptight about? What is it? I'm back to the policies. Photography at city facilities, is that what this is about? We all think it's about this. And if it's not about this, then please explain to us what it's about. And if it is about this, then I would say own it. That's who we are. That's what Liberty Lake is. We're not about the First Amendment of the Constitution of the United States. We're not about the Library Bill of Rights. We're not about freedom to read, freedom to view, and the Washington Library Association Intellectual Freedom Statement. Let's just be honest about this. Thank you very much. I was totally speaking as a private citizen, not with any other thing you may have ever seen me up here for. So thank you.
Understood. Thank you. All right, next, DG Garcia.
I'm DG Garcia, resident of Liberty Lake. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council, and honorable citizens of the city of Liberty Lake. I came out in my torn jeans, thinking that if I got on my broom and got here fast enough, I'd be here before public comment ended and I was successful. This is about the fait accompli. This is about a council member and another member and another member and another member who decided that they wanted to test the content of their character. It is being tested as we speak. Mr. Cargill, I have you on video, all of your grimaces and frowning and wailing about decisions that are not going your way. I have Miss Van Orman always looking down when she's going to comment, because I don't really think she means it. I think she's trying not to show that she really has a different side to her that is more important than falling on what happened years ago. And Mr. Spencer, although you did say retain you when you were never elected, I question now something about you I would never have questioned before. And Phil, you know I used to call you my buddy. And I used to say that he paid me to say he was a nice guy. Well, you are a nice guy, but you made a mistake. Because you should never believe that the choice was stolen from you and that you're going to do everything possible to get it back. And then you're going to say it's somehow poetic and that you're doing this now that Linda Ball should be jumping from the rooftops with glee that such a compliment was prepared for her. This is not about the book banning anymore. It's not about anything other than the takeover. The takeover. Members decided if we get enough votes, we can take over. I only know one other human being that is attempting to do that. So goes Washington. So goes Liberty Lake. You have an opportunity to change your mind, not fall on your religious beliefs, because all too often people fall on that. Because of my religious beliefs, that's why I'm doing it. But they can't read anything unless they've memorized it. And they never, frankly, talk to the man who says, talk to me whenever you have an issue.
I missed the clock. My apologies.
Thank you for your consideration. I wish the best for Liberty Lake.
All right. Next up, we have Sean Chalich. Or is it Stan? I didn't know who was here. There's Stan.
Hi. My name is Sean Chalich. I live at 927 South Liberty Drive. A disadvantage of going last is I'm going to reiterate a lot of what has been said already. From what I hear, from what I gather here, and from just myself, a lot of the problem I have with this is the process of how this is being done. It smells bad. It's ironic that the city council member bringing this resolution said in the spokesman review that the idea to even consider bringing this resolution back was solely based on the election results. And this has been alluded to earlier. It seems that bringing this resolution now at this time, during this 1 month time period when the council is made up as it is an attempt to get around those election results, the complete opposite of what he stated. I would hope, Mr. Natarajan said earlier that this resolution is going to pass. I hope it's not fait accompli. I hope that's not the case. I would hope some council members who are actually that voted in favor of the resolution earlier would also have an ethical problem with the way this is brought up. That they may oppose this, whereas otherwise they may have been in favor of it, just based on the way it has been brought before the board. And the way they brought it before the board seems to make an end run around the democratic process, taking advantage of the appointment process. The Councilmember Follier, I believe his name is. And first, I'd like to indicate to Councilmember Follier, I don't know if he's present, my appreciation. I noted that you voted against the pulling a specific book off the shelves, and I'd like to thank you for that. Be remiss if I didn't mention that. But the council member also said if the voters didn't like what the council was doing, they could have gone in a different direction. Ironic in that he was the one incumbent that was defeated. I don't think, as another speaker indicated, I don't think there was a mandate from the election. It seems that people were happy overall with the incumbents in general. However, many people wanted to make the issue resolve around the library board. It just seems people were happy with the incumbents in general, except for Commissioner Follier, who seems to make an issue out of this specific issue. And also another council member indicated in the spokesman article that the city council is better equipped to represent the people than the library board on making decisions regarding the library board itself, the library itself. I would note that the reason the First Amendment was enacted was to avoid this very issue. The First Amendment, I argue by analysis.
Sorry, time is up.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. I know we do have written comments that Kelsey will acknowledge in just a little bit. If there's anybody left here in chambers who'd like to speak, get your yellow sheet to Kelsey. But in the meantime, do we have anybody online? No, was there anything in chat from anybody who'd like to speak? So, sorry. Oh, sorry, Natalie, I missed you. Yeah. I apologize. Natalie Govan, sorry,
Natalie
that was
Govan.
not intentional.
That's okay.
Promise.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Natalie Govan, 22 years, Liberty Lake, owned businesses here, operate, work, still in the city, 1124 South Liberty Drive.
Sean ended, first thing I'll say is I love walking in here, and I've got neighbors I've loved and appreciated for 20 years, right? 20 plus years. And we can still come in and disagree on these issues. I'm probably the only one speaking live out loud on the side of supporting 119D. And when we do get to the emails that have come in, I'm so curious to see how many people actually emailed in support of 119D. I founded the rotating art program at Liberty Lake Library. That means all the art that you see was my idea. In the application for artists to file, the library clearly says, unless they changed it and took it off, that the city council, all of you, have the right to disapprove of artwork that hangs on the walls. I think that's a positive thing. I have probably painted, looked at more nudes than everybody in here because I'm an artist combined. I have no problem with nudity. When I talk to lead librarian, her name is escaping me right now.
Jandy Humble?
No, sorry.
Jocelyn Riddle?
No.
Pamela Mogan?
No.
Those were the only three we've had. Those are the only directors we've had.
Okay, her name is escaping me. It's okay. When I think she's still there too. When I first talked to her about if somebody applies with a nude, what do we do? How do we treat that issue? I'm a historian, an expert in my area of history, especially when we go back to the classics, because I studied classics and lived in Europe while I did that. So I can talk to no end about the damage that pedestry and pedophilic imagery does to a society. When I talked to her about where do we put nudes if somebody applies with a nude, she said, well, there's a back room with 2 glass doors. Well, maybe we could put it back there. I'm okay with it as long as it's respectful. All of this comes down to one argument for one book called Genderqueer. The imagery of which I held up posters in this city council twice. The second time I got kicked out. The same imagery that a city council member privately messaged me on, and then as a sitting council member, then later deleted those messages because he said that when I posted those images of that book,
I'm sorry, time's up.
Facebook.
No, you was, yeah, 3 minutes each. Okay. Sorry. Thank you very much.
Yep.
All right, so one more chance for those online, just in case, because we were having some technical difficulties.
So can I propose?
Yes.
Because we do have people online.
Okay.
We need 5 minutes to try to open this gate.
Okay.
Can I propose we take a brief pause?
Before we do, let's have Kelsey acknowledge the written comments, and just so everybody in the audience understands, we don't interpret pro or con. Those written comments are provided to the entire council to make the interpretations themselves. So there is no tally per se, pro or con. Just so everybody understands that. Go ahead, Kelsey.
We received written public comment from, and I apologize if I pronounce any names wrong, Joe Pitt, Janet Farnes, Suzanne Miller, Lissa Humphreys, Allison Ashlock, Julie Ferraro, Shanna Dunn, Mike Dillon, Sharon Schutz, Dave Pierre, Joe Rogers, Natalie Govin, Elizabeth Nelson, John Keeve, Jacqueline Boardman, Rebecca Wilding, Carl Boetner, Nellie Spencer, Jessica Parsons, Carrie Berry, Aaron Zasada, Jared Von Tobel, Craig Phobes, Christine Thomas, Janine Coughlin, Melissa Pitt, Michaela Minnick, Catherine Tomini, Richard Allen, Adelaide Parsons, Neil Beagleman, Mark Sullivan, Corey Shaker, Kim and Jamie Laffey.
About 34, 35, around there. Okay, thank you. All right, so we're gonna take a quick 5-minute break. Verizon time says it's 8:27, so we'll reconvene at 8:32.
Test, Zoom to council, test, Zoom to council, test.
Kyle, I don't think they're hearing you.
Nope, they're not. Gosh.
I did send a message for everyone to write in their
Yep.
comments.
Yeah, maybe I could go grab a mic. I don't know if the mic will travel.
I mean, maybe Michael is logged in, and there was I'm looking at Liberty Lake Zoom. They
Yeah.
are logged in, but there was a third one. His actual the actual desktop where he's doing Granicus. Make sure that one is logged in. I don't know.
Okay, I'm gonna go check.
Okay.
Jen, can you still hear me?
Yeah, who's that? Oh,
It's me,
Reagan.
Trevor. Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you. I think everybody on Zoom can hear. It's just that they can't hear us in council chambers.
Okay.
And I think it's that Granicus desktop. I don't think it's logged in. Michael is logged in. The Liberty Lake Zoom, that is the desktop over by Mark and Kelsey. But I think the Granicus desktop itself is not logged in. I think that's a problem.
Okay. Yeah. Both those have to be logged in to actually catch audio from chambers.
Yeah.
I'm going to Jen. I'm going to stop sharing my screen for the timer. So you're going to get kicked back over to whatever screen you have that's going to show up.
Thank you.
We trying to microphone on here or so crazy person.
I live in Liberty Lake. I found out about this today, and when I came in, I originally wasn't planning on speaking, but I feel like
We'll pause for a second. Somebody's got their speaker on. We won't count this against you.
Okay.
Okay. Hello? No, we still have an echo. Hello? All right, we've got that fixed. Okay. You would like to go ahead and start over. I'm going to start the timer.
I'm Sage Warren. I found out about this today, and when I came in, I originally wasn't planning on speaking, but I feel like my perspective on this is important. I live in Liberty Lake, and I'm 14 years old. I grew up here, and it was hard as a queer teenager or queer child growing up here. Not really as much as the adults, but more of the kids in school, like bullies. And the library for me was always a safe place. I would sneak out, or not sneak out, but I'd go to the library and just read all sorts of books, escaping into the fantasy of it. And through that, I found there are many other people like me. I got to read so many different stories of people who related to me. Trying to ban these books are not going to help anyone. There's still the internet, like anyone can find anything. And books are not going to make your kids gay. Don't make the LGBTQ members of Liberty Lake feel less safe because you're upset about a book called Genderqueer. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. That was very brave. Okay. All right, so we will go now to online. Somebody wants to let me know who's up for online comment, and I'll just remind those people that we do have the countdown timer on the screen. Do we have people online? Okay. So for those of you online, if there is anybody who wants to make a comment, I'll just give you another quick reminder. Please send a note with your name and that you want to speak to the meeting host. So I know, and we can call on you. We're running way behind, obviously, but it's very important for us to hear from all of our citizens.
Hey, Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, awesome. Oh, so I'm not seeing anybody online. I think they all have received the message to write in if need be.
Great. Thank you. I just want to make sure we didn't miss anybody through our technical difficulties. And a reminder that there will be another section for citizen comments closer to the end of the meeting. Okay, so that being said, we are going to go ahead and move on to announcements, proclamations, and special presentations. We don't have anything on the agenda, but I would like to take a moment, and he's going to kill me for it, and recognize Councilmember Sahlberg for stepping in to his appointed position back in, was it early 2022? Yes. And to thank you for your service as always. You've always been very involved in our community, and we've really enjoyed your input and your observations and replies here. We will be making a little bit more formal presentation later in the year, but I do want to recognize that this is your last meeting, and we all want to thank you very much for stepping up and serving. I'm sure I'll pay for that later. Okay, so we're going to go on to reports and inquiries. We will first start with city council reports. Anybody? Councilmember Cargill.
I don't have a report, Mayor, but I do think it would be appropriate if we had a moment of silence. We lost one of our former council members in the past week or so, Bob Moore, who the mayor knows pretty well.
My dad.
And would like to have a moment of silence for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for that. I was making it through pretty good until now.
Sorry.
That's okay. I appreciate it. Any other city council reports at this time? All right. And needless to say, I do not have a mayor's report. We've got several meetings next week. After Friday night, I wasn't planning on being here until kind of last minute. So we'll move on to city administrator report.
And I'd like to propose that we move my report to the end of the list and have Parks and Arts and Liberty Lake Sewer and Water District go first, if that's okay.
Do we have any objections? Okay, great. Liberty Lake Water and Sewer District.
Not to take off?
I think you did. I think Bill Genoway was online. Yeah, I see Bill. Bill will need to unmute you so you can do your report. And I apologize to everybody for everybody being muted automatically. We had an issue a month or so ago that was quite a shock. So preventative measures are in place.
Bill's asleep.
And I know that Nancy is here if we want.
Yeah, we'll go ahead. We'll go ahead and move over to Parks and Arts. Nancy Hill is here, and if we can get Bill Genoway unmuted for the Sewer and Water District, that will be great. Go ahead, Nancy.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Nancy Hill, Parks and Arts Commission. We met the other day and found out that the Hooptown USA courts are almost done. I think the backboard installation is scheduled for November 30th. There's a little cleanup around the edge of the mural after the company laid down the court lines. They didn't quite match, but the artist is going to come in and fix that up. And as soon as all that's done, we're going to schedule a dedication, and we hope to see you all there with your basketballs and maybe snowshoes by then. I don't know, but it just looks wonderful, and I appreciate your support of that project. The skate park is done. For those of you that haven't seen it, you should go out and take a look at the artwork. It's really fun, graffiti style. Once the artist was done, then he put on a coat of anti-graffiti coating. And that had to cure for 21 days. So we're past that, and we're hoping it will last a long time and be enjoyed by the community. Our newest project is involving Trailhead, the new building there. Mayor, I know the beam is near and dear to your heart. A beam was salvaged from the building before demolition and hoped that we could do something fun with it. And it's a big beam, but we're thinking about starting with using part of it for a bench. We've kind of picked an area just inside the event entrance, and it would be where you would go into the restaurant. So if there was overflow to the restaurant, they could sit there. We're very early on. There's no design. There's no real plan. I'm going to measure tomorrow, but we're excited about that project. Also at Trailhead, we have, I forgot all about the slide. So, oh yeah, he's with me. Thank you. Also at Trailhead, there are 2 art walls. If you've been in, when you go into the pro shop on the right, there's one, you can see the lighting in the picture there. And then there's a similar, actually identical one as you go into the event entrance. So we had a preliminary discussion in the commission the other day, and we formed a little committee, and we're meeting over there tomorrow to look at the space a little closer. And we're hopefully going to come up with some fun art ideas for those 2 walls. They're really cool because you can see they already have the lighting in place. So that's our next little project we're looking on as winter approaches. It's best to go in a building. The other thing is we voted in approval to send to you that for the 2 new adjunct commission members. We've had a little bit of trouble making quorum a couple times because we haven't had an adjunct position. We've had 2 applicants. I understand one of them is on the agenda tonight for approval. Our new student member attended her first meeting, and she was awesome and has already been a contributing force. So we're thrilled to have her on board, and we hope you'll support the 2 adjunct positions. And that's my report. Any questions? Well, thank you.
There he is. We're still new.
Okay, now do we have, see if we've got Bill Genoway unmuted. Now I can't see him anymore.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
There you are. Thanks, Bill.
Okay. Yeah, I'm Bill Genoway, Commissioner, Liberty Lake Sewer and Water District. Thank you for having me here tonight. Not too much going on at the district. We are continuing the yard cleanup until the end of the month. So if you have leaves or debris that you want to take to the treatment plant, it'll be there till November 31st. The remodeling job at the district is almost done. We're hoping to open it to the public around December 15th, and it's actually looking beautiful. I went through a tour a couple of days ago, and it's really pretty nice. The article in the Splash talking about our 50-year anniversary at the district was very well done. I hope all of you got a chance to see that. A lot of nice things were said, a lot of things I didn't know about the district and the things that we've accomplished in the last 50 years. But anyway, it was an interesting article, and I'm glad it was in the paper. So have you got any questions?
Anybody questions for Liberty Sewer Water District? Councilmember Stolberg.
Just a comment. Thanks, Bill. The Leafs drop off is excellent. Lots of people from the River District have been taking advantage, and I've contributed my 17 bags worth. But I also appreciate all of the notices as you come in to make sure that we don't have a bunch of junk around there or plastic and for everybody that's listening, to dump your leaves and then take your bags with you, or they have a place you can put them. But it's a wonderful service, and thank you so much.
Right.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you for saying that. And we do appreciate a lot of people have brought their bags in and broke them and took their bags away, which helps us a lot because normally we have to hire people to come in and break the bags. So yeah, good comment. Thanks.
Thank you. All right. I think that brings us back to city administrator report.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. try to move through this as efficiently as we can. Bill mentioned Leaf and Beach. City Academy has resumed on November 30th will be our next session. And this one's always a popular topic. It's about fire, EMS, and 911. So if you have a desire to learn how we partner with the fire department to provide those services, come on out on November 30th to Trailhead at 6 p.m. and listen to Chief Soto and Kelly Conley from the 911 district present their information. City Hall and the library will be closed on November 23rd and 24th. That's Thursday and Friday of this week in observance of the Thanksgiving holiday. And then there is an elected officials essentials course that the Association of Washington Cities puts on. It is on December the 9th, and I'm pretty sure you can register up to December the 9th. And if you have a desire to register, and this goes for anyone who's incoming as well, let Kelsey know, and she will get you registered.
Yes, the closest one is in Fairfield that day. There are actually Zoom options as well.
Yes, yes, Councilmember Kurtz.
By law to redo the training every 4 years. So if you guys are haven't attended since you were elected 4 years ago, you got to go.
Yeah, this will fulfill the Public Records Act and open public meetings and all those requirements. Yes.
Good point. So if you are in need of those things, this is a good opportunity to get them checked off. And then Winter Glow Spectacular, we flipped the switch last Saturday. A lot of people were out there. Santa Claus was out there. The lights are lit through January 1st. And so if you have a desire to go out and hang out there and see a great light show, it is at Orchard Park through January 1st. Any other questions about events and reminders before we move on?
I don't know, but you forgot to say that Mrs. Claus was there.
She was, absolutely. They're a team. So department reports. We've distributed all of the department reports minus one, which we plan to get to you tomorrow. But of the ones that you received this week, are there any questions that council members have of the department directors? All right, and then the last item, you have a printed copy of this at your space there. This is the draft version of the 2024 state legislative priorities document. This was also emailed out to you a while back. And so I wanted to take the opportunity here to determine if there are any, just obvious things that you want to edit. And the plan then would be to incorporate those edits into a final draft and bring it back on December 5th for adoption so that we can get this out there before the legislative session begins on January 8th.
Any questions? Go ahead, Councilmember Dunn.
Mark, you've done an excellent job, I think, of coalescing what were a lot of different directional statements, specifically grouping by topic. It's great. I had this observation regarding the last section you identified, public service excellence. In the suggestion, rolling back or not creating unfunded mandates, it's a little vague. And I think that statements which are not specific don't really give legislators something to act on. I mean, I guess I would rather see what we have as the rest of these are extremely specific, surgical in their intention of here's what we would seek in this session. So that's my thought.
Thank you.
Good insight.
Anybody else?
It looked like a hand.
Okay, sorry, Councilmember Spencer.
One that I noticed here, and again, I was attending remotely, and I don't remember who brought this one up under the second section, expanding access to affordable quality childcare. So I don't know who thought or who was supporting that option. I guess in some cases just struggled understanding how the government should be involved with childcare. So was there somebody specific? Was that you?
No, I don't remember who brought it up, but I think that with the documents that we were looking at the time, it was more specific to adjusting the regulations that are limiting the expansion of childcare. So not like the government supporting childcare, but like adjusting some of the requirements and that sort of thing to increase childcare through that method, if that makes sense.
Gotcha. So, and I'll add to that this was language that is you'll find in the Greater Spokane Valley Chamber of Commerce's legislative priorities that we just basically said, let's copy that one.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? If not, we will bring this back for adoption in the next meeting.
We will. And let me ask one final question based on Councilmember Dunn's comments. Does anyone have a specific unfunded mandate that we want to identify in the document, or do we want to strike these as being too vague?
Oh, I'm sure we can come up with some specifics.
Okay, so I'll look forward to those emails. Mayor, that concludes my report.
Great. Thank you very much. All right, this brings us to our workshop discussion tonight on the 2024 proposed budget and capital facilities plan. There were some asks during the workshop last week for some follow-up information. And I know Kyle's in the building, but he has all of the stuff at his fingertips in his office down the hall. So he's joining us from down the hall on, get him up there to kind of go through some of those answer some of those questions that came up, and then we can proceed with anything else in the budget that anybody has questions on.
Mayor, council, can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Fantastic. Okay. Wonderful. Again, apologies for the technical difficulties. I want a huge shout out to our staff behind the scene that has been scrambling this whole meeting to make sure that we can get the proper, troubleshooting in place. So apologies for that. But moving along to our budget workshop, I do have a packet for everybody at their table. Based on our discussions last Tuesday, I've identified 7 here that warrant further discussion and or approval. This is not an exhaustive list. So if there is anything else council wanted to go through, we certainly have this space tonight to do so. That said, I will jump in, and I think there was some pretty specific direction last Tuesday on items 1 through 4 of the summary statement. And so with that said, I'll read out each individually. And
Kyle, real quick, are you looking for a vote up or down on these, or this is just a review, and then we will do the vote on each item when we do the budget approval on the 5th?
I think we'll do the vote to include it in the final budget right now. So so that will be essentially when we are proceeding with the second read and budget adoption, these items will have already been accounted for.
Okay, I just want to make sure there's no objections here on the council. Doesn't look like it. Go ahead.
Great. So number 1 was this inclusion of the Civil Service Secretary and Chief Examiner position on page 27 in the salary schedule summary. And then again on page 48, including that annual salary of $4,800. We'll tackle these one by one if council so chooses. And if there's a motion and a second to approve that one, we can move on from there.
First, does anybody have any questions about that amount and why it's there? I think Kyle explained it a bit last week when we met. No? Okay, then do we have a motion to approve? If there's no questions, I'll see if there's a motion to approve approving the salary schedule summary on both page 27 and on page 28 to include the $4,800 annual salary for Civil Service Secretary and Chief Examiner. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Dunn. Who was the second? I apologize. Okay, Councilmember Cargill. All right, any questions? Comments? Not hearing any. All in favor of approving item number 1 on the agenda item, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, passes 7-0.
Excellent, thank you. Number 2, we have a operations and maintenance line item in the general fund on page 64. We will increase this line item by $183,742 to account for the replacement of windows at the PD and library building for work that will not be completed and invoiced until 2024. We discussed this last Tuesday as well. We will add a corresponding increase in the beginning balance so that we don't see any net effect on the expenditure side, ending balance side in the 2024 budget. My apologies. Any questions?
I don't see any. All right, do we have a motion to approve item 2 on the budget workshop items?
Madam Mayor, move to increase central services building and structures by 183,742.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Councilmember Solberg. Make a note here. All right. Any further discussion? Not hearing any. All in favor of approving the adjustment to general fund 5941862.00, please say aye.
Aye.
Do we have anybody opposed? All right, motion passes 7-0. Number 3.
Number 3, Streets Fund, page 70. We discussed this as we were making our forecasting inputs into the budget in late August, early September. We thought that we could decrease this line item from 80,000 to 60. We have since kind of seen that we have seen what we think is going to be, projected out to closer to $80,000. So I think we wanted to move line item 542.63.47.00 street lighting utility services back from 60 up to $80,000.
We have a motion on this item.
So moved.
Oh, geez, every jump at once. Motion by Councilmember Van Orman, second by Councilmember Spencer. All right, any questions or comments? Not hearing any. All in favor of approving item 3, Streets Fund, page 70, increasing line item 542.63.47.00, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes 7-0.
Excellent. Number 4. So the second page of the packet in front of you includes a little snippet of community event permit fees that we will include in the planning, engineering, and building services fee schedule. So this was originally always supposed to be in there. It was just omitted when we put the budget together.
Any questions? Not hearing any. Do we have a motion to include the community event permit application fee schedule?
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Dunn. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Cargill. Any further questions? Not hearing any, please, all those in favor of adding appendix on page 140 for community event permit application fees, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes 7-0.
Excellent. So number 5, we'll be looking for council direction on what we want the future of the Streets Fund on the revenue side to look like. We have four different scenarios in this packet for council consideration. That is obviously not an exhaustive list of the routes that we can take to fund street operations at a level that council believes is adequate. And so what is included in the budget, as we discussed last Tuesday, was the Transportation Benefit District sales tax and zero utility tax. And so there was a discussion of what fully funding the streets department looks like. On the expenditure side, you can see that. So operationally, we have a fully funded streets department. The remainder becomes a planning exercise of how do we account for capital purchases on out years and the level that we want to fund that through utility tax, or if there's any other mechanism to be discussed. We'll have that tonight. So I will take you through each scenario. So page 3 of your packet has a scenario where we eliminate all the utilities except for gas and cable, keep that at 3%. Then you have a level of funding of $1.66 million. We have an adopted budget of 2023 of $1.655 million. So that is on par with previous years funding wise. And you can see a corresponding entry on the expenditure side, allowing for that $200,000 interfund transfer from Streets Fund to Streets Capital to continue, and also $61,000 for annual capital costs included in that as well. So each one of these, we're going to go up a little bit, and we'll just have that discussion of where council wants to land. And I can provide that direction in the final version for the second read and have that as our plan going forward. So number 2, we have really what the city of Spokane Valley does. They have a phone tax of 6%. All their utility taxes are 0. And so that gets us up to $1.69 million. And then you can see those corresponding capital outlay and interfund transfers populated a little bit more That's a planning exercise. So we are accounting for heavy equipment purchases, things of that nature in out years.
Question, Kyle?
Yeah.
Each of these scenarios involves considerable changes in capital outlay. Could you explain capital outlay, please?
Yeah, so capital outlay. So we have two funding scenarios for capital outlay. We have heavy equipment purchases. We have our annual street maintenance allocation that is housed in our capital funds. So we have anything from Mini X. We have any number of heavy equipment items, and currently we are leasing three. I believe it's 2 wheel loaders, and then another piece of heavy equipment. I think the long-term strategy for the city is, if we can get the staffing to support it, we would get a mechanic on staff to actually purchase those pieces of heavy equipment rather than lease. So as we talk about annual, so these two, Councilmember Dunn, to your point, capital outlay and other financing uses really have the same intended effect. One is we're counting year over year. The other is a streets capital planning capital fund. And so they really solve the same purpose, but we're just showing what previous capital outlay has been, along with the $200,000 interfund transfer.
I'm just observing that trending in period year over year, 217, 215, and then in scenario one, for example, 61,000. So greater than 80% reduction in capital outlay. I'm just trying to understand the impact of that.
So we have accounted for what you see here for capital outlay in these previous years. We have 217,000, 215,000, 295,000. We have redirected those to the streets capital fund. So those have not gone away. We've just accounted for them in a fund that I think was the intended use for streets capital. So rather than accounting for them in an operational fund in a capital line item, we are housing those then in 312, which is a capital fund for streets purchases.
Thanks. I'll take that.
Okay. Anybody else? I know. Did you get to?
Yep. So we'll move along to scenario number, I believe this was number 3 in your packet, that was essentially reducing all utility taxes from 3% to 1%. That gets us to that 1.72 close to mark for revenues. And then you can see those two items highlighted in red on the expenditure side. Those amounts start to climb a little bit more. So we essentially have 4 different tiers. Scenario 1 and 2 are very similar. It's just what funding mechanism is preferential if that's the route that council decides to go. 3 and 4 are next steps in capital planning and essentially building that savings account of streets capital and your capital line item. So getting into scenario number 4, we have electric utility at 3%. That's an additional $450,000. So that gets us to 1.85 million. So that's a considerable jump from how we financed in previous years. But we can house those in capital funds to then plan for long range heavy equipment purchases, things like that that we had addressed. And so we can find uses for them. We just need a policy discussion on what level of funding we want to fund the streets at.
Okay. Councilmember Cargill first, then Councilmember Kurtz.
Thank you, Kyle. I'm glad we're going over this because, as you know, later on in the agenda, we are talking about the resolution to adopt the sales tax. So it seems appropriate that we would do this at the same time. I appreciate scenario number 2 with one potential change, just so we can beat out the city of Spokane Valley and perhaps lower that to 5% instead of 6%. But I think that follows through on what we were trying to accomplish originally, or what we were talking about trying to accomplish originally, and that is not taxing people for necessities of life, things like your electric bill or your heat or your garbage, those type of things, and yet still giving us an escape hatch on the telephone utility tax that can be coupled with the sales tax.
Okay. Point taken. Councilmember Kurtz, you were next.
Well, I want to respond to Councilmember Cargill, and then I have my own questions. But I think when we were talking about this before, we were trying to redistribute the tax burden to people who use the roads away from people who are who may be on fixed incomes or whatnot that may be disproportionately affected by these taxes. And so my hesitation with using a phone tax, and this is a set of assumptions on my part, is that people who have landlines, my assumption is our businesses and our elderly, who I think we were, the spirit of reducing the utility tax was to not burden them with a tax. So to raise that on one of them, I just wonder what that impact might be on people who, need to have a phone to call 911 as they're a little bit older. And I don't think it reduces the concern about businesses. My other question was at the last meeting was, what I want to know is what is fully funding the streets? And so in these different scenarios, the street fund total resources and total uses, that dollar amount changes with everything that we do. And I guess what I was looking for was, what is the dollar figure that we feel that we have met our obligations in the capital facilities plan, that we have captured all the parts and pieces, the direct and indirect costs of the expense of the streets, and what is that dollar figure? And so to see it moving with the different scenarios, I would like to understand, probably maybe from Jen, what, if she's still on, what the preferred dollar figure is to meet the service level that we expect now of the streets, and projecting rising costs, and understanding the capital outlays that we have planned for the next few years. So Jen, are you on? Yep.
Yeah, I'm on. Hang on, let me turn my video on. So I'm going to have Kyle help me on this. Kyle, but we funded everything for next year that we need to have funded. So we didn't short anything, we didn't cut anything, we didn't exasperate anything. We have everything we feel we need to operate for next year. So I guess beyond that, in outlying years, we can only anticipate what we think we're going to have is regarding capital facilities, capital purchases, equipment and whatnot. But year to year, we anticipate what we think we're going to need. We put that in the budget, and generally that gets approved with some fluctuations up and down between line items. So I guess I'm not sure if that answers your question.
So Jen, Councilmember Kurtz, the capital facilities document is a moving target. And so it is really hard for us to say this is the exact amount that we are going to need for the next 5 or 10 years, assuming, to your point, rising costs, direct, indirect costs, all of those different factors. And so when we are trying to account for capital purchases, so those items on the back end are moving a lot. So in the capital facilities plan, we have over $1 million in equipment and technology purchases in the capital facilities plan for 2024. We have half of that in 2025, and then a fraction of that going forward. And so to the extent we do have everything funded for next year and probably the year after, we have an opportunity to evaluate our level of funding every single year. And if we are projecting this deficit, then we will absolutely let you know. This is more, I would say, a planning exercise to be in a position that we do have a savings account if we do have these major things go wrong and all of these different circumstances come to bear, where it is fundamentally stressing this this fund. And so this is more of a planning exercise, I would say, is what level is City Council comfortable funding the capital, the interfund transfer to capital, and our annual capital line items. And so I know that's not a black and white, here's what it is. It's a policy discussion on directly funding streets based on, sorry, Lisa wants to talk, but
let me jump in if I can.
Awesome. Yeah.
So the number that you see in the budget for 2023 and the number that's being proposed for 2024, I think is about as close as we're going to be able to get in an educated guess of saying this is fully funding streets operation. What we need in order to answer that question more fully is we need a full inventory, which I think we probably have. We need a conditions assessment and we need a needs assessment. Those last two things we don't have, but we're in the process of getting through our master pavement plan. And so we'll be able to provide a much better answer next year and beyond to those questions.
Lisa also has her hand up. If we can unmute Lisa Key. Okay. Looks like you're Lisa. There you are. I hear you.
Thank you. I was just going to say exactly what Mark just said. One of the things, though, that I do want to caution everyone on is that up until this point, our focus from a maintenance perspective, keep in mind, maintenance cannot be funded through our voluntary impact fees. That's only capacity related things. Up until this point, our maintenance program has focused principally on arterials and collectors, and we really have not been addressing our older residential streets. And the work on those is coming due, and it will require another level of funding to be able to keep up with the maintenance associated with those older residential streets. We are aging as a city and our infrastructure is aging, and we do need to account for that as well. So we'll have more specific information once we have our pavement master plan, and then we can right size how we want to target it and what our goals are from a maintenance perspective. But I want to be clear that up until this point, we really have been kind of turning a blind eye to the residential streets.
Did I answer your question, Annie?
Yes, I think in the process of developing the documents, it did yes. What I just want to make sure of is that not only we're planning ahead, we're going to change this tax, and it's not for just this year. And we're talking about aging infrastructure and reducing a tax, but probably not getting rid of it, which I think was the original intent. And so what I also worry about in this process is that I don't feel like we totally have a total understanding based on what everybody was saying about what the future costs would be. And I know we can't get that until we do the planning pieces of that. And then moving towards the priority-based budgeting, we can talk about that as well. But we had the discussion around the tax part was removing one. And then we got to the point where there was a deficit, it wasn't going to fully fund it. And now we're talking about adding one and kind of keeping one. And I don't know that goes with the spirit of where we're at. And I don't know how the people that the tax would be levied on would feel about that.
Great. Well, I think I had Councilmember Van Orman, and then we'll go to Councilmember Dunn.
This one's for Kyle. Kyle, with the money that's coming back for Kramer Parkway, where is that going? Is that going directly back into the capital?
So so the majority of that, 3.3 million of that is going back into the general fund, and another 1.3 is going into our REIT 1 fund.
Okay. Why wouldn't it go back into the capital project fund?
That is a capital projects fund, and that is where the amount originally were provided from.
Okay. Councilmember Dunn.
Just to recap, the current levels percentage for utility is 3% on all services.
Yep.
Okay, I'd speak in opposition to relying on phone-based revenue for utility tax. I'll speak in reference to conversing yesterday, Benwick, City of the Valley. The phone tax only has cratered since its inception to less than half the previously collected values. So I think our year-over-year declines shown in phone revenue are reflecting that that's not a sustainable revenue source.
Just a quick point of clarification though, Kyle, I know Spokane Valley's tax is on their landlines. I don't believe it's on cell phone. Ours is on both cell and landlines, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Anybody else have any? Oh, Councilmember Spencer, then Councilmember Cargill.
Yeah, I'll chime in. We spoke on this last time. I feel like to maintain the level that we've been at, reducing all utilities to 1%, keeps us at that level, but it takes the tax burden off of the citizens and businesses. It's a win for both parties, and we continue to bring in the revenue that we need to maintain our roads. So that would be the option I'd be in favor of.
Okay. Just make sure, circle back to people who have not spoken yet. Councilmember Sahlberg, anything? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, please. So if you look at all four of these options, the only number that changes is the capital outlay, and that's based on the revenue source. No, all the other numbers stay consistent from one option to the next. So to go back to your question on how much do we need to put away for capital outlay, if you look at the history over since 21, 22, 23, just from 22 to 23, we budgeted a 37% increase. So in my mind, why would you not budget similarly for the upcoming years? Because one major catastrophe on one of these big pieces of equipment is going to be expensive. So even if you chose to use a 30% increase, not 37, that would put that number at 383, not like on the highest option I see here for capital outlay is 250. And again, all Kyle is doing is adjusting that number to fit the revenue, not the other way around. So I agree, that number should probably drive the revenue discussion, not the other way around. So maybe the discussion should revolve around what's the percentage increase from 295 for 295,000. If you use 30%, that brings you to 383,000, not 250, and work it the other way. If that makes sense.
Kyle, real quick before we go back around for additional comments. I know we've got the adopted budget, as several council members have pointed out, for capital outlay is 295. As of the end of September, which is what we have on all the rest of our budget documents. How much of that were we going to be spending, and how much is actually going to be rolling over?
I will track that down.
Okay.
I have one other question.
Sure, go ahead, and then we'll go back.
For Kyle, if you would, as I'm looking at these options, the utility company, are they able to break out electric and gas separate?
That is my understanding, because they're listed separately as a utility. So that would be my assumption.
Well, I guess my question is, when it's the same utility company providing both services, is their bookkeeping or accounting department able and willing to only charge a percentage of a utility tax on one and not the other? That's my question.
I can't see a reason why not, because that is council's prerogative in each jurisdiction to individually charge each one of these.
But okay.
Sure. I guess I don't know then. So
yeah, we'll need to find that out. Yeah, so we'll have to check, verify with the Vista if they can do that. For instance, if the council decides to go.
Yeah, it would seem to me they'd say it's one number for all or none.
Or individual.
As a residential ratepayer, I'd tell you they're very clear about gas versus electric usage.
Yeah. Okay, so I think everybody's had a chance. We'll go back around. I think Councilmember Cargo, you had.
Oh, I was just gonna I'll follow up on what Councilmember Kurtz said about the telephone utility tax, and you know, if it's up to me, we zero all of these out because we promised we would. But I recognized that we had that gap that we were talking about trying to fill. So I'm trying to figure out, okay, which is the best way to fill it? Is it to do a little bit in each of them, or is it just to do one large one in the most or the least painful way possible? Which is why I was talking about the telephone utility tax, and the fact that it goes on to cell phones. It's not just the landlines. But you know, I'm comfortable saying maybe we do cable instead, if that's the prerogative of the council.
Especially since so many people are streaming these days. I think
Right.
cable's more of a luxury.
We'd probably have to go a little bit higher on cable just because of the numbers there. I mean, we were at 3%, we were at 90,000, or that's what we anticipated this year. But that's another option to kind of fill that gap in. But one of the things I was going to say is I don't really feel comfortable implementing the sales and use tax unless we come up with a consensus on how we're going to reduce the one of these utility taxes or all of them.
Got it. Councilmember Kurtz. Councilmember Cargill. I think to Councilmember Dunn's earlier regarding phones, but I think we addressed that the cell phones too. I don't know that cable is probably going to be a sustainable funding source either. With, again, like you said, everybody's streaming. So I wouldn't want to rely on something that might shrink on us. Understood. Okay, anybody, any other comments? It sounds like we may not have a resolution on this one tonight. Is Councilmember Sahlberg?
No questions.
Yes.
But, I agree with Council Members Spencer and I think a couple others. If we were to reduce the utilities to 1% on this, of all of the issues that have been discussed here, I think that we're going to get to the number that's the most fair for the people that we were discussing the last meeting. And if we can't agree on it, then okay. But I think Kyle said we need to say something tonight. So
okay. So I think Councilmember Dunn, then Councilmember Kurtz.
I also see a 1% across as an acceptable alternative.
Councilmember Kurtz.
I agree.
Yeah, and I guess from my viewpoint, kind of trying to look at this from a little bit of the arm's length, if we do need, maybe the 1% across the board is the bridge we need until we get through the pavement management plan and all of that to decide then for the 2025 budget, then what is the long term for the utility tax. And I personally, I think 1% across the board would be a great starting point, knowing that again we're going to continue to visit this every single year until we can get to that long term strategic planning piece. Councilmember Cargill.
The challenge I have with 1% across the board is if you look at the numbers, that's a net increase in taxes.
Is it okay?
So I can't support that unless we talk about, okay, we're going to do 1% on everything, but something else. But I mean, if you just look at the total resources, that 1% across the board gets us to 1.7. The scenario 2 gets us to 1.68. Scenario 1 gets us to 1.66. And then keeping it, of course, at 3% for electric utility gets us to 1.8. So
yeah, good point, because I know that's what our intention was for it to be equal or reduced. Yeah. Councilmember Kurtz and then Councilmember Van Orman.
Can someone remind me of what, to Councilmember Cargill's point, what it currently is funded at today? No, I understand the 3%. So he's saying it's a net increase in the tax, which I think was these numbers down here that you're looking at.
Yeah, the 1.65 is what
1.65 is what was adopted. What would we be looking at for 2024 if we didn't do anything?
Yeah. So Kyle, what if we leave the 3% utility tax as it is today, what would it have been for 2024 budgeted?
I can look into that. I've zeroed that out, so I haven't budgeted for those, but I give me a second and I can give you that number.
Sure. Okay. I'll tell you what, if it's okay with everybody, we will bypass 5 and come back to it so we can get through the rest of the list, if that's okay with everybody. All right. So moving on to item 6, council direction for requests from Lions Club to include any improvements to the Arboretum in the 2024 budget or formal inclusion in CFP. So I may ask Councilmember Van Orman to speak first on this and then any further questions.
Sure, just to go ahead and reiterate, the Liberty Lake City Council is planning on donating $6,300 to the city. That will provide
Lions Club.
What did I say?
Council.
My apology. Hopefully that's what I'll get back from the council. We are looking at putting in 3 tables, metal tables that have benches on them that seat 8 apiece. that would go over the cobblestones that would be paid for with the 6,300. Now, council, I'm asking if you guys want those 3 tables to be intermittent in the Arboretum to actually shade the people that are sitting in them. And that's what I'd be asking for. That it would be 10,000 a piece to put a cover over each one of those.
So I guess the real question is, so not necessarily, you know, what the money's going for each, but what is the total ask?
Total ask would be 30,000.
So we can start there, I guess. I mean, that's up to you guys. I can't make the motion, but is there anybody who wants to make that motion? And if not, then we can keep going. Councilmember Cargill.
Can I ask which fund it would come out of? Maybe Jen, or I know Kyle's busy, but maybe Jen has a thought.
Kyle multitasks well. Kyle, what fund would that come out of?
Either, I mean, my gut tells me that would come straight out of the general fund. Even if it does come out of the Parks and Arts Fund, that is funded through the general fund. So for these purposes, we would just say general fund.
Councilmember Kurtz.
I think my question is about where to put it in the budget. I think I'm okay including it in the unfunded projects list, but we have a list here of the unfunded projects lists, and having this one jump ahead without community input, when we've got a number of other ones on this list. I want to respect the process a little bit with adding that on. I'm not opposed to adding it to the unfunded projects list and figuring out where we can put it in the future, but I do think we need community input before we disregard the input they've already given.
Good point. Councilmember
I agree to the notion of community, I guess, the interaction regarding that in the context of the rest of the unfunded projects.
Okay. Any other comments? All right, I'm not hearing any. So is there? Oh, go ahead.
One more quick question for Wendy. So the 6,000, remind me of the number.
6,300
is going to be donated by the Lions Club to the city.
Correct.
So essentially, we're talking about a net here of about 24, a little less than 24,000. If we were to come in and say that we'll do the 30.
Well, the 6,300 would pay for the
park benches.
No, it paid for the cobblestones underneath. The
Gotcha.
park benches
Okay.
are being donated.
Gotcha. Okay.
So that basically is a donation of about 10,000.
Okay, so it's more than the 60, whatever. Yeah. Okay.
So the park benches or the benches themselves, they'd be fine if they're out there. It's a matter of what the community wants, if they wanted to be shaded or not. Otherwise, they'd be sitting out in the weather, or they'd have a gazebo protecting them.
Go ahead, Councilmember Spencer.
So is the gazebos or whatever, is that dependent on going in at the same time, or if it goes onto the unfunded and we decide on it later, those can be added?
Sure,
That's not
you
an
could
issue.
do it later if you wanted to. It's not going to be contingent whatsoever whether we donate or not, but sure would be nice to make sure nobody's rained on.
Okay, any other comments? Not hearing any. So do we have a motion from somebody? Not sure what that'll be.
I moved the amount of 30,000 for coverings for those 3 tables inside of the Arboretum. That would take place in the fall of 2024.
Okay, just procedurally real quick, Thomas, I hope we can hear you. So I guess I'm not meaning any offense whatsoever, Councilmember Van Orn, but I just want to make sure there's, with regards to conflict of interest, if it's okay for you to make the motion, you probably should recuse yourself. Okay. Yep. You probably should recuse yourself from the vote, obviously.
I can do that.
Okay.
I'll make the motion to fund from 30,000 from the general fund to the Liberty Lake Lions Club for the purposes of the 3 gazebos in the, help me with the location again. Arboretum. Thank you.
Do we have a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
A second by Councilmember Follier. Okay, before we go to a vote, is there any other additional questions or comments? Not hearing any. Okay, all in favor. Oh, go ahead.
Would be
go ahead.
That if we've also discussed that this needs to go back to the citizens and putting it off the funding for the overhead protection to next year. Wendy told us would not be an issue. So
right,
I think that if we took it and put it in and got some community input, then we'd be following our own rules.
So just a reminder, A, obviously we've got a motion on the floor, but B, before this would be expended, it would still come back to the council.
Correct.
So just because it's over that threshold. All right, so if there are no more questions or comments, all in favor of adding $30,000 donation to the Lions Club for the 2024 budget, please say aye and keep your hands up so I can, okay, we got 1, 2, 3. Okay, we have 3 in favor. Those opposed? 3. Okay. All right, so just to make sure, so Thomas, we have a 3-3 vote when it comes to money, and I cannot break that. Is that correct?
That would be my understanding. I know Sean Bouts is jumping on after we get through agenda item number 9. You may want to just verify with him. He's a little more familiar with the bylaws, but I would believe that would be correct.
Yeah, I've been doing this long enough. I cannot break a tie when it comes to money, so that means the motion fails.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got Councilmember Kurtz. You have, okay, anybody else?
I'd like to make a motion that we
absolutely
fund it to the level that will provide the benches, and the gravel has already been paid for.
Okay, so would that be?
We put the next expense on our unfunded projects, get feedback on it, and the council consider that next year.
All right, so we have to keep our motions to one topic. So let's do the first one first. So the motion sounds like it would
10,000
was to fund a $10,000 donation to the Lions Club
this year
in 2024. Do we have a second?
Well,
Yes.
Can I clarify that?
Yeah.
Councilmember Solberg said this year.
That's why I asked.
Yeah.
You mean 2024?
2024.
2024. Okay.
Yeah, this budget year.
This coming up budget year. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. So to clarify, the motion is to add a donation to the Lions Club for $10,000 in 2024. Do we have a second?
Second.
A second by Councilmember Dunn. Any further comments or questions? Go ahead, Councilmember
Yeah,
Spencer.
just to clarify, so it was my understanding that both the benches and the pavers were going to be funded. So what is the 10,000 for? The 10,000, it was going to be 10,000 times 3 to cover the structure. So I'm not sure what the 10,000 would be going towards.
What would that cover?
One structure?
That'd be one structure.
Is that what you were intending?
No, it was, my understanding was that the Lions Club was donating the money that would take care of the ground covering, and that the benches would come from us. Okay.
No, and the picnic table. Those
okay.
Yeah, may I weigh in?
Sure, go ahead, Jen.
Please.
So the donation form states $6,000 and I believe $300 from the Lions Club would go towards the bricks, to the pavers for the base of the picnic tables. The other $3,700 is going towards, I believe, Wendy, correct me if I'm wrong, the 3 picnic tables that are being donated by the Lions Club. Is that correct, Councilmember Van Orman?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the first time I'm hearing the 3,700 number.
So that's the entire donation form that was submitted to council in the last discussion of this, for a total of $10,000 by the Lions Club. If I'm incorrect, please correct me.
No, you are correct.
Okay. So it's all being funded by the Lions Club or other said donors, the 10,000 in 3 picnic tables and pavers to put underneath the picnic tables.
So the ask is for 10,000.
So
the approval is in the original donation form of the Lions Club of the total of $10,000 to include pavers at the expense of $6,300 and 3 picnic tables at the expense of $3,700 total.
Okay, so so forget about the donation form. Okay, what is the ask from the city of Liberty Lake? What is the dollar amount? Forget what the Lions Club is putting in.
Okay.
That's what's messing this whole thing up for everybody.
The ask is for 3 covers.
I don't care what it covers. What's the dollars?
30,000. It'd be
Okay.
10,000.
Okay,
times 3.
but so that motion failed.
Correct.
Okay, so the motion on the table is $10,000. We have a motion and a second. Go ahead.
So it seems like there's some confusion on the motion and whether it's valid. I don't know if it could be withdrawn.
I would withdraw the motion. It appears to me that if we put it on for next year, then we'd have the community input and we'd have the 30,000.
Okay. So to withdraw.
Because it doesn't make sense to do one and then not do the rest.
Okay, so we have a motion to withdraw, or does our second agree? Okay,
Yep.
so the motion for $10,000 is withdrawn.
Someone can come up with a better motion.
I would like to make a motion to put it on the unfunded projects list.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilmember Kurtz, second by Councilmember Spencer to put item 6 on the donation to the Lions Club, put that on the unfunded projects list for future discussion and community input. Do we have any other comments or questions on that motion? All right, not hearing any. All in favor of putting this on the unfunded project list, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And we have how many abstentions?
Abstention.
All right, so we have 6 in favor of putting this on the unfunded project list and 1 abstain. Okay.
Now, do we have to approve that donation?
We could, that's another, that would be an action item.
Okay.
We will have our president come next meeting and present that to the city council.
Yeah, that's a whole nother action
Thank
item.
you.
Okay. All right, so now we have number 7, council direction on library funding policy set by ordinance 119C3. Before we go to that, Kyle, do you have information to go back and answer number 5?
Yes. So if we just stuck with the utility tax and did not implement the TBD sales tax, our amount would be $1,718,165.
Okay, so that's basically what we're trying to match.
So it'd be $2 less. All the one
What's-
$2,000.
$2,000.
Okay, and so our proposed, sorry, I'm flipping pages, I apologize. That minus our, so that's our 675. So that leaves us making up, sorry, too many buttons here. 1,718,165 minus 675,000. So that means we're trying to make, that did not make any sense.
What was the amount again?
$1,718,000.
That didn't sound right. Where utility tax would have been $1.7 million in 2024.
Our total resources for 2024 would be $1,718,165.
No, the question we were trying to ask is what would our
He answered
900. So
okay.
Yeah,
just utility tax would have been 920,000. So that's an increase of $60,000. And for the purpose of this exercise, that aligns almost identically with the proposal to reduce all to 1%.
Councilmember Kurtz.
to make a motion if that's what we need to decide on which method to go with. Is that where we are?
I think so.
Okay, I make a motion that we choose the option moving to all utilities reduced to 1%.
Second.
Okay. We got a first and a second. Any further comments or questions? Go ahead, Councilmember Cargill.
I'll speak against the motion again, and not because I don't think it works numbers wise, but again, it does not follow through on the promise that we made when we put the utility tax in place. So thank you.
All right, any other further comments?
I would concur.
Okay. Any other comments? All right, not hearing any more comments or questions, we'll go ahead. We've got a motion and a second to move forward with reducing all utility taxes to 1% from the current 3% moving forward. Did I state that correctly? Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and go for a vote, and I'll make sure you keep your hands up. So all in favor of moving utility tax going forward in 2024 to 1%, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, well, hold on. Okay, we have 5 in favor and those opposed. Okay, Kelsey, you got that? Okay, motion passes 5-2. So it sounds like we have direction.
Just one.
Yes, go ahead.
I mean, this obviously assumes that we're going to approve the TBD later.
Yes.
So just throwing that out there.
Yep. Good
Mayor,
point. Yes.
Before we move on to 7, I suggest that we make a motion to extend. We're at
Oh, holy cow.
9:45.
Yes, do we have a motion to extend the meeting?
So
And to
moved.
what time? But well, we need a time.
Let's see, 10:30.
Okay, we have a motion to extend the meeting to
Second.
10:30. That second by Councilmember Cargill. All in favor, please say aye. Doesn't mean we have to stay that late, but let's just stay that late.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? All right, we have motion passes 5-2. Okay, well, it sounds we are extended to 10:30. Okay, and so we've got through 6 and all right, now we're on to 7. Council direction on library funding. So Kyle, I believe there were some things that you were going to answer on that.
Yeah, so I'll start and I'll just kind of recap the discussion. And so there was some discussion on the intent of the ordinance when we set the funding level for the library at 23.8% of property tax. And so the discussion kind of stemmed from, well, what is our actual property tax? What is the amount we collect? And so our TIF district sends roughly $310,000 a year to Spokane County. That is still part of our actual levy. But for the purposes of interpreting the ordinance, does council feel that this is a that amount should not be included when determining that total amount? And so I'll run through some scenarios. So our actual levy for next year is going to be $3,050,000. 23.8% of that amount is $726,000. The operating budget for the library for 2024 is set at $716,000. So we are substantially complying in that light with this ordinance. The discussion was, if we are only accounting for the amount the city itself receipts for operations, that is budgeted at $2.74 million. 23.8% of $2.74 million is $652,000. So we have a deficit there. And so this is a policy discussion on interpretation of the ordinance. Is it the actual levy or is it the amount the city receives? And there are other factors at play here. So obviously the city made a decision in 2022 to spend $2.2 million on a future library building. So within the confines of the ordinance, it would be really hard to account for design and improvements of the library within that 23.8%. So that is another factor to consider in ongoing costs. Another factor to consider is we have adopted a 0% property tax increase, and we're about to do it for the 3rd straight year. So the fact that we are doing well in other revenue sources, is it fair to constrain the library's operation budget to specifically property tax and have them essentially be stagnant or growing with the amount of the new construction credit that we have? Is that also fair to I guess place those potential constraints on library operating budget? And so go ahead.
No, I'll let you finish, Kyle. Then I have a question to ask one of our members.
Yep. And so as the budget for 2024 provides, we have property tax levy from the county that is $3,050,000. 23.8% of that is $726,000. So we are within the confines of that. The policy discussion really centers around interpretation of the ordinance, and does council want to make a change to lower that to the amount that the city actually collects versus the actual levy amount?
I'm going to ask Councilmember Van Orman, since she was here when the library was started. So, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the original amount of 50 cents of the property tax, I'm assuming, but you know better than I do because I didn't even live here then, that 50 cents was based out of everything that was collected. Not
that 50 cents was basically mirroring it off of what they would do if they had a regional.
Your microphone.
If they had a regional library. And we do not. We have a municipal library.
Right. And at that time, and the reason when I think it was, what was it, 2019 or 20 that this got updated was because.
And that's what I
was-
wanted to speak on.
Yeah,
The
that
fact
was
that they went ahead and changed from 2015 or 2012 to 2015 and also took off, let me see if I can find it real quick. They took off the portion that said that the first ordinance basically talked about that they would have to take care of the facility all on their own. And then we changed it the following few years later to say that no, it wasn't part of their responsibility as part of the cities. So when we're looking at our budget process and we were talking about professional services or cleaning or utilities, that shouldn't be part of the library. That should be part of our responsibility as a city. Okay. So that shouldn't have an effect on what they're getting.
Okay. And yeah, the reason
the other it is property tax.
Yes. And so the reason, because I was around when, and I believe Councilmember Dunn may have been as well, I can't remember or not, but the reason that percentage was put in there is because I think that we had gone through some tough times, right? 2010 and 11, and the library was looking for a little bit more predictability in what was going to be available from year to year. And so we took 50 cents at the time everything was put together was that 23.8% of the property tax at that time. And that's why we went with the percentage. Now, if that's no longer a valid way of doing this, obviously it's in the ordinance. So that's not really something that can be decided tonight because it would be an ordinance change. But that's what I know about the 23.8%. So I just want to get everybody have a little bit of history there. So Councilmember Cargill and Councilmember Dunn.
Yeah, in terms of what Sean was talking about, you know, I don't really have a preference of how we're accounting for it, you know, whether it's going to the county and then coming back or whatever. I think the bigger issue is that the ordinance specifically says the 23.8% shall cover expenses for the operations, the capital, and the administrative support. And so what's your definition of capital? Because we spend a lot of money this year on buying the new building with the intention of moving the library in there. We're talking about the possibility in some of our other upcoming agenda items of spending somewhere between 2 to 2.5 million on renovating that building. Is that the capital that we're talking about? Because if it is, we're spending a heck of a lot more than 23.8, which maybe that's fine with us, but that's not what the ordinance says.
Understood. Councilmember Dunn.
I was just trying to paraphrase Kyle's observation that the library is receiving significantly less than 23.8% of the property tax levy right now due to increments from TIF lift. Did I say that right?
Yeah, so what's provided in 2024 substantially complies with the ordinance, including that TIF amount that is receipted to the county, but that is our property tax.
Okay, thanks.
Can I jump in?
Absolutely, Mayor Pro Tem.
So, and I'm the one that brought this up last time. I don't know how, for the ordinance now, I don't know how you can budget, take a percentage of a number that's supposed to be revenue when we're basing it on $3,050,000. That is not the true revenue amount. The true revenue amount is the 2.2740. So in my mind, how can you establish a budget based on a percentage based on revenue that's not there? If that makes any sense. And you made a comment, Mayor, about the 23.8 doesn't work anymore.
Well, I said if it doesn't. I didn't mean to imply that it doesn't. I said if it doesn't.
I mean, that's the county is at 50 cents per thousand.
Yeah.
Has been for as long as I can think of. So I think that was a good way back in the day to come up with a percentage rather than a 50 cents per thousand. And for me, it's you talk about the capital outlays. there's more, and I called it out at our last meeting to the tune of $125,000 in capital outlay on top of this yet. So,
that 23.8 is not covering
cutting it,
yeah,
by a long shot. If you include the capital outlays, not including buying a building and doing a reno, a $2 million reno. Now, I don't see how you can try to squeeze those big purchases or renovations into the ordinance, but because obviously you'll never get there. It'll never happen. So I don't have an issue with overlooking that part of it, because it's a capital investment, I guess. When I think of capital outlay, it's to take care of what they already have. General maintenance, doors, windows, so on, so on, roofing. So the question that I posed was, should we be basing it on the actual revenue of the real estate tax? And for me, I think we should follow the ordinance, but that's just one.
Okay, any other comments? Councilmember Cargill?
I mean, it would be one thing if the ordinance said at least 23.8, because then that would cover it. Right. I mean, and then it's the council's prerogative on whether it wants to increase or decrease. But it doesn't say that. It just says 23.8%, period, of the city's property tax levy. So we either need to change that, or we need to figure out what we're going to do with the other capital outlay, because otherwise we're not following the ordinance.
Okay. So is there a motion to be made here, or is this something we?
Motion for what?
I don't. Well, that's my question.
Yeah.
I mean, if there's no motion, we proceed with the budget as it's written, is what I assume.
Well, I just.
But yeah.
Mayor?
Yes, go ahead, Councilmember.
I'm not prepared to vote on our motion for this tonight, but I'd appreciate more information. The action and the impact is not clear.
All right.
I thought I made it pretty clear at the last meeting. I called these numbers out specifically at the last meeting, and I even said, let's make a decision at this meeting regarding it. And now we don't want to do that.
I don't
You
know.
have a motion, sir?
If you'd like to make a motion, you can.
You have a motion, sir?
Make a motion that we I don't want to hamstring the library, but I think we should follow the ordinance at the same time. So I'm not sure how we get there quite yet. Haven't thought through that.
Councilmember Kurtz. Can we just take a little bit more time, maybe at the next meeting? If we're doing the discussion tonight in the workshop.
I think our budget is a second read for the next meeting. Huh?
It is, but there's still a chance to make some adjustments to it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I don't know if we're going to get to that tonight, to be honest. So I feel like at this point, we're probably going to have a special meeting on the budget, and we could take those pieces into a special meeting coming up soon so that we can discuss that. But I just don't, I remember that you brought it up, Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Foyer. And I'm at the moment having a little bit of a hard time wrapping my head around it, to be honest. It's not that I'm in opposition in any sort of way. But I think getting some questions answered, and I want to make a good vote. I don't want to vote opposed to it because I don't understand it.
Yeah. Councilmember Cargill.
I will just also say that we don't need a motion to require us to follow the ordinance. So, I'm fine holding a special meeting and discussing it further, but I mean, the ordinance is the ordinance. We have to follow it per what it says.
And we have that's the reason we have the schedule we do on the budget to allow for some leeway if we have to have a special meeting, or if we have this discussion at the next regular meeting, because I don't think anybody wants to meet next week. Oh wait, this week's Thanksgiving.
Next 2 days.
I've lost a few days, sorry. So yeah, because our next meeting is the 5th, that we bring this back up on the 5th and then have a special meeting to approve the budget or approve the budget at the 21st. We do have some wiggle room in there. We do that on purpose. So if we want to table number 7 for tonight, if there's no objection to that, we'll bring that discussion back at the next meeting. Okay. Where are we?
Mayor, Council.
Somebody's playing. Go ahead.
Is there any direct information that I can help provide to facilitate this discussion?
Councilmember Cargill.
Thanks for bringing that up, Kyle. That probably would be helpful for you. For me, I would like to see just basically what are all the expenses that we have going into the library, because and both from the operations and from the capital perspective, so that we know the number, and then maybe we can work back from there.
Okay.
Is that possible?
Yes, and so just to give council an idea of what we're looking at, if we do that, we are essentially reducing. So if we state that the 2.74 is the number that we are going to go off of, we need to reduce library operations by $64,000 next year.
For the ordinance.
The ordinance says actual property tax.
Read it how you want.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Kyle, I don't know if this is helpful, but as far as direction or some data that I would like to see that would help inform my decision or educate me on what we're talking about a little bit more, would be similar to what you did with the utility tax pieces and things like that. So if we're talking about fully funding it, if we're talking about 0.50 or 0.23, just some of those different scenarios, so that then we know also whether we need to be adjusting that ordinance in order to meet that. I don't want to not follow the ordinance, but I think we also need to understand what fully funding the library is.
Okay. Any other comments on this one? If not, we still have the capital facilities plan on here. Lisa, did you have anything on the capital facilities plan where kind of, if we still have Lisa? I don't know if we do. We still have Lisa.
Who's there?
Okay. I've got everybody jumbled up on my screen. Sorry. Hi, Lisa. I see you now. Oh, you're on mute.
Can somebody please unmute? Thank you.
There you go. If you want to give the intro, and then we'll see where we go from there.
I was just going to see first if anyone has any questions on the capital facilities plan, and then I was going to turn it over to Mark to talk about the results of the surveys on the unfunded projects list. So first, any questions on the rest of the capital facility plan?
Councilmember Cargill.
Thank you. This isn't a question, Lisa, but I think it goes well with what we were just discussing, and that was, the cost of the library renovation for that building is on here. So, we probably need to decide what we're doing with that as a collection of the overall ordinance and discussion we were just having a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah, so I will say that there was money put into the budget this year. It was a capital fund specifically for the library that actually is getting rolled over into next year. And Kyle can confirm that. That will be for design and planning for the cost of the renovations. We did have, prior to buying the facility, we did have a facility report done by OAC, and they identified a number of things that would need to be addressed in it. And so that's kind of been our planning number, but until we have kind of a master plan and understand the cost and then determine whether or not it should be phased. So really the first step is to hire that master planner. And so that is what we have budgeted for next year. Again, it's funds that had been set aside as a capital fund for the library in prior years. And I believe it was set up as a reserved account, was it not, Kyle? Or was it not?
That's correct. Yep.
Okay. That answer your question, Councilmember Cargill?
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Any other questions for Lisa on the capital facilities plan? All right, I'm not seeing any. All right.
Can we turn it over to Mark to talk about the unfunded projects list and the feedback that we've gotten from the community engagement surveys?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa. So really, if you go to page 17 of the capital facility plan, which is page 123 of the binder, you'll see the list of unfunded projects. At the initial meeting where we started looking at this, council made a decision to move the community pool into the actual funded CFP. And so that one's no longer on this list of unfunded projects. If you look at the survey data, that essentially is confirming council's decision to do that, because that was by far the number one ranked of the unfunded projects. But you can see how the others line up in terms of ranking. And so the question at this point is, particularly since there are 4 projects on the list of survey data that are not currently on the unfunded projects list, the question is, do we want to amend the unfunded projects list to include those items? Do we want to rearrange anything on here? Do we want to move something that is currently on there up into the capital facilities plan? That's going to require some additional work before we bring it back for final adoption. But those are the questions in front of council based on the responses that we got from the public. And I'll remind everyone that in total we had 405 respondents complete a survey, which you should have in front of you in print there.
And, oh, sorry.
Who was first?
Dan.
Go ahead, Councilmember Dunn.
Mark indicated a couple of these are not on your unfunded project list right now.
Correct. And those are, if you're looking at the survey data, some of these came from the discussion that night, and those were the Arboretum restrooms and the additional baseball fields. Council discussed those at the first presentation of the CFP earlier this year. And the other 2 were protected bike lanes and a disc golf course, which came as a result of the budget forum that we opened up. And these 2 items were routinely mentioned in that forum over and over again. And so you can see the relative rank of all of those, but those are the 4 that are not currently on the unfunded projects list as it is in front of you right now.
Okay. Oh, Councilmember Cargill.
2 questions, Mark. One, am I correct when I saw that the pool received more support from folks outside of the city than inside the city, or a higher ranking of support?
So it received a lower ranking of support from folks who live outside the city than it did from those who live inside the city.
So the scale was 1 is your number 1, and further on down is your least.
Correct. And so if you aggregate the score, the lower score is closer to the top priority.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And we didn't put any price tags or any,
We did
potential
not.
cost or anything like that on these.
We did not.
Okay.
Mainly because we don't have those
Yeah,
costs
exactly.
right now. Yeah.
Any other questions, comments? Councilmember Dunn?
Well, I definitely would want to see the 4 items identified added to the unfunded projects list if they're recognized in the course of the survey action.
Okay, you want to make that motion?
Madam Mayor, I move that the 4 items Mark identified not previously included in the unfunded list be included.
Okay, do we have a second? Yeah, we have a second from Councilmember Kurtz. Any questions, discussion before I go to a vote?
And
go ahead, Councilmember.
One more time on what those projects are.
From top to bottom, protected bike lanes, undefined, right, in terms of location, a disc golf course, adding restrooms to the Arboretum, and additional baseball fields, locations to be determined.
Any other questions? Councilmember Kurtz.
No questions, but I think that the survey matches with some of the comments that we've had from people coming in to ask for those things. So I support adding them to the list, and then figuring out how we can work on them in the future.
Okay. All right. Hearing no more comments, we'll go ahead and move to a vote. Those in favor of moving the 4 items, protected bike lane, disc golf course, Arboretum, restrooms, and additional baseball fields, moving those, adding those to the unfunded projects list, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes 7-0. Nope. All right. Now we move on to general business. Go for it.
Motion to approve general business consent agenda items 10A, B, and C.
we have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Spencer. I would help if I spell your name right. It's like, how can I get 3 letters wrong? All right. Here, any questions or comments? Not hearing any. All those in favor of approving general business consent agenda items A, B, and C, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes 7-0.
General business action item 11A, I'll call it. I'll make a motion to approve the purchase of Civic Plus agenda and meeting management in the amount of $14,604.86.
Second.
Okay, second by Councilmember Dunn. Any questions or discussion? Councilmember Van Orman.
Question, has any of our staff had a chance to go through the Civic Plus? I'm looking right at
Kelsey, you're up.
We had the opportunity to meet with them earlier this year. We brought the demo to council, so we've reviewed the program. I like the functionality. It will certainly function a lot better than what we currently have, I think, and bring some improvements also as far as capabilities, cloud-based, being able to use the program remotely, things like that.
Well, you realize that your voice has a lot of cloud. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Another question.
Yes, go ahead.
I know in the demo that they gave us, there was going to be the ability to tag the videos with topics. Are we taking advantage of that? Because it looked like it was an add-on. Do you know if that's included?
It's part of the media package.
Okay.
All right, any other questions? Not hearing any. All in favor of approving the purchase of Civic Plus agenda and meeting management, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes 7-0.
Make a motion to approve general business 11B, confirming the mayor's appointment of Katie Ferris to fill the adjunct position on the Parks and Arts Commission.
Second.
And a second by Councilmember Solberg. All right, any questions? Is Katie here? Oh, she had to go.
She probably had to sleep.
So as I think Nancy had left you, as Nancy Hill had said, from Parks and Arts Commission, they've had some trouble getting to a quorum at times, so they've had to cancel some meetings. The original setup for the Parks and Arts Commission did include 2 adjuncts. We do have another one coming for you to fill those 2 spots. So both Katie and our other candidate were really, really great options to add to the Parks and Arts Commission. Jen and I both interviewed them, and I think they'd be a really good fit for the team. Again, due to technical difficulties, I don't have the full packet in front of me. Do you guys have any questions? Because Jen's still on about the application or about Katie.
I just wanted to make sure that we, went ahead and welcomed her to the new arts.
And I believe she went to the meeting last week, right, Jen?
Yeah, she was actually at the meeting yesterday. So
Yep.
She's been to the last 2.
Yes, yeah. So I want to make sure she knew what she was getting into with this rogue group that we have.
Well, both adjunct potentials have been to the last 2 meetings.
Super great. Well, we'll see if we can get her back at another meeting to introduce her to you guys face to face. I know this is a tough one to hang around for. So if there's no other questions or comments, all in favor of confirming the appointment of Katie Ferris to fill the adjunct position on the Parks and Arts Commission, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes 6-1. All right, we are council comments. No council comments. I'm going to go by that one really fast. All right, we don't have any public hearings or appeals, and we are up to resolutions. This first one being resolution number 23-254. Kelsey.
Resolution number 23-254, a resolution of the City of Liberty Lake, City of Liberty Lake, Spokane County, Washington, imposing a sales and use tax of 0.1% within the boundaries of the City of Liberty Lake Transportation Benefit District for the purposes of funding transportation improvements.
Do we have a motion?
I'll make motion to approve resolution number 23-254.
We have a second.
Second.
We have a second by Councilmember Dunn. Any discussions on this? Not hearing any. All right, we'll go ahead and go to a vote. Oh, sorry. Resolution. Is there any public comment on this addition of the 0.1% sales tax to fund streets maintenance? So this is a chance for anybody in the audience or online to comment on this specific item. Going once, going twice. And anybody online? Usually not. All right, so not hearing any, we'll go ahead and take a vote. Those in favor of resolution 23-254, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes 6-2. Yeah, that Kelsey. 5-2. Or sorry. 5-2. Thank you very much. You have the count on that? Okay, great. All right, motion passes 5-2. On to ordinances. We have a first read.
Ordinance number 299, an ordinance of the City of Liberty Lake, Washington, adopting the 2024 through 2029 capital facilities plan.
Okay. All right. So this will come back at the next meeting for the second read and vote. First read, next one.
Ordinance number 300, an ordinance of the City of Liberty Lake, Washington, adopting a budget for the period January 1, 2024 through December 31, 2024, appropriating funds and establishing salary schedules for established positions.
Okay, thank you. And we have a third first read.
Ordinance number 119D, an ordinance of the City of Liberty Lake, Spokane County, Washington, amending ordinance number 119B, establishing the Liberty Lake Public Library and repealing any provisions in conflict thereof.
Okay.
Question.
Councilmember Dunn.
Kelsey, Mark, if you guys could clarify the draft of what was read in the first read tonight, was it provided by our attorney?
Provided, no. Reviewed, yes.
In what form of review?
I'm going to ask Sean to answer that. He's on the line.
Councilmember Dunn, I reviewed the revisions that Councilmember Foyer had submitted with regard to 119D.
And did you suggest any changes?
I did not.
Thanks.
All right. Then we go on to our second read ordinance.
Mayor, I'll speak to the first read.
Yes,
if I can.
Absolutely.
I shared a little statement here I'd like to share with everybody. I decided to bring this ordinance back with the hopes that I might be able to encourage passage of a revised ordinance for consideration that incorporates suggestions from the mayor's veto back in May. Ordinance 119C did pass with a majority vote, but the mayor had concerns about the verbiage. Therefore, I removed the verbiage regarding book bans because the mayor said it was confusing and does not align with the verbiage in the policy. I also removed the term retroactive to February 21st, 2023. The mayor's veto suggested that this verbiage sets us up for a never-ending cycle of submittals. The mayor's veto suggested no other changes to the ordinance, so I made no other changes. Some have openly questioned the timing of Ordinance 119D and how it relates to the election results, specifically my seat. I swore an oath and have a duty to represent the city in all matters related to the council responsibilities for 4 years, not 3 years and 10.5 months. I believe I've earned the right to continue representing the city until December 31st, and that's exactly what I intend to do. No different than my participation in the approval of a $23.8 million budget in the next 30 days. This is not a motion to reconsider, it's an ordinance change based on feedback from the mayor's veto. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we have a second. Oh, go ahead, Councilmember Cargill.
I also want to thank Councilmember Foyer for bringing this forward. It should be no surprise that I support it. I've been clear from the very beginning that I believe in transparency and oversight in all the city departments, and my position hasn't changed on that. Those who are closest to the voters are tasked with being responsible to the voters. Unelected boards and commissions are not responsible to voters, and they don't need to be responsible to voters. But as we discussed earlier, by law in our city, the library gets a set in ordinance amount of money. We can discuss what that ordinance number is going to be later on, but it gets nearly 25% of property tax revenues, and therefore there has to be oversight. That's my position. After the book challenge 18 months ago, which worked as it was supposed to, by the way, the book stayed on the shelf. The library board decided to change the policies without informing this council or even including us in the discussion until the change had already been made. We asked, in fact, Councilmember Foyer asked if we could see red line versions, and we were told no, we couldn't. That is not the way representative democracy is supposed to work. I think it's important to keep in mind that this is not an issue of the known. What we're talking about is the unknown. What happens if a future board does something that puts the city in legal jeopardy? What happens if a future board comes in and adopts a discriminatory policy or something of the effect? This council would have no recourse. The only thing we could do, according to the way it's set up right now, is remove the library board members. Resolutions, ordinances, policies, procedures, they're the prerogative of this branch of government. And so this council proposed making changes to the ordinance to ensure that that oversight was restored. And we worked in faith with the library board for several months, in fact, 6 months, as we were repeatedly reminded in May. We held numerous work sessions with them to discuss the changes. That's a courtesy that we as a council were not given when they made the changes. We even adopted some of their recommendations into the final product. And it did include language that said we wouldn't ban books. And we had a dialogue going on for 6 months. So this notion that there hasn't been any dialogue, hasn't been any review of this is absurd. We've been talking about this issue for about a year. It became the central issue of the campaign. Those who voted in favor of the oversight were repeatedly warned that the election was coming, that council members who supported the change would be removed from office by voters. That was said numerous times. We were told that those who filled this room back in April and May spoke for the community and that the community didn't want this type of oversight. And yet 3 of the 4 people who campaigned most heavily on this issue lost, including a library board member, the son of the current chair of the library board, and 1 other. What are we supposed to make of that? We're just going to say it was a fluke? I believe the community has spoken. We were told in May that we shouldn't pass this ordinance because 3 council members were appointed, not elected. Now all of the council members, starting in about a week, will have been elected. And I have no idea if this is going to pass. I wish I did know, but I'm glad we're continuing the conversation about it. And I intend to vote for it. And I think the ironic part about all of this is that we all can be held responsible for that vote. And an unelected board cannot be held responsible for any vote they make. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Councilmember Kurtz.
Madam Mayor, I have something I want to say, but I think we're going to run out of time. So I would make a motion to extend the meeting to 11 o'clock.
11 o'clock. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Spencer. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes 7-0. Go ahead, Councilmember Kurtz. And remember, this is a first read. We also have a second, possibly.
Yes. So I think what we've heard from the citizens tonight and through the citizen comments that were sent to us by email today, the overarching concern is there's a concern that it's about banning books and that it was a surprise. We heard that from a number of citizens who got up to speak tonight, that this was a surprise to them. It was a surprise to me that we would be doing this. And I think that's one of the cruxes of the issue. We have upcoming agenda items that can be put on and discussed in an open city council meeting, and that did not happen. That's the proper place for that. We've talked about transparency. That is the place to do that, to talk about those things so we know what's coming up. So what I keep hearing is that it's not about banning books. And yet, when we got all the emails today, all the citizen comments, a number of them who are proponents of the initial book ban process that came before the council, they are supporting this ordinance, and they documented that in their citizen comments because they see it as a vehicle to restrict access. They said that. They said that they don't want porn, they don't want inappropriate content, they don't want those materials in the library, and therefore they support this change to this ordinance. The public that supports this ordinance sees this as a vehicle to restrict access to books that they don't approve of. There continue to be back and forth about whether it's about restricting access to books, but the public is smart enough to see what happens next. They're appropriately concerned about the intended and unintended fearful consequences of this ordinance. And this ordinance, as Mayor Pro Tem Foyer just said, expressly removed the language about not banning books. And it never, in any of the iterations, included the language around restriction of access. This council actively voted to take that language out and not put it in. What message does that send to our community? Other council members on the dais have said in public comments that they want to find a place to put those books, and that the books never should have been on the shelves in the first place. There were votes here from this council to ban the books. Thankfully, it was unsuccessful. So the public's assumptions and concerns are not histrionics. They're unfounded. If you actually read, book bans continue to happen across the country. Some of the players that were in this room earlier are part of that movement. They need a vehicle to do that. And this ordinance, the way it's written, provides that opportunity, even if that is not the intent. So perhaps I'm wrong. Perhaps once the ordinance passes, and it will pass, we all know that, there will be no further discussion about the collection policy, and it will just simply disappear. That's the test. Once the council has the authority, what will they do with it? Frankly, in the spirit of transparency and free will, I think this should be left to the voters on the 2024 ballot, and if we all believe in letting the people decide things. But I don't think this council has the nerve to wait to find that out. We've talked about transparency. Councilmember Cargill said he was worried about the Board of Trustees going rogue and being accountable to no one. Perhaps it isn't the Board of Trustees that has gone rogue, but rather this council. At all points, even tonight, I offered the opportunity for collaboration, communication, and cooperation. The mayor encouraged those in her veto. And yet, one person brought forward those recommendations, didn't collaborate with anybody, and is surprised. People are surprised. The inability to work together in a professional manner is one of the many red flags present in this debacle, and a continuing sign of an authoritarian government that is blossoming in Liberty Lake. The strategy tonight's going to succeed despite the shameful lack of transparency. Mr. Cargill wants to implement an ordinance to promote transparency, and it's on our upcoming agenda items, and has proposed on the record that government in the dark is never a good thing. Yet, none of the council members who support this ordinance have the courage or the professional courtesy to bring up this topic during the proper public setting, upcoming agenda items. Those that recently ran campaigns and won or lost, that are not even certified yet, did not have the nerve to campaign on this issue. In fact, Mayor Pro Tem prefaced this item with, "Now that the election is over." So there's a bunch of examples that I could cite about how I feel like the community has been duped in their chance to hold the government accountable through the voting process. There's so many of you have on your websites right now about how you believe in accountability and listening to the people. So again, I don't believe it's the trustees who've gone rogue. We hold them accountable because that's what we're here to do. It's this council that has gone rogue and waited until the election was over to bring this forward. It's shameful, but you cannot shame the shameless. So I believe this council has no respect for the rule of law, and as such should expect the public to exhaust all means to hold their elected officials accountable for actions that do not comply with the law, their oath of office, and fall below the standards for impartial representation of the city of Liberty Lake. Furthermore, courts have found that the outcome of a decision, even if only one person suffers a disqualifying bias while making that decision, is sufficient grounds to overturn the body's decision. So I will obviously be voting opposed to this when it comes up for that.
Councilmember Selberg.
I won't have a vote on this, and that was part of the plan, I suppose. But there are a couple of things that I would like to say. And sadly, on my last opportunity to represent this community that I love, I will never support more government or oppressive government. I do not believe that the city council in any way, shape, or form should have the governance of the library. And the reason that I say that is because as of today, the people who called in, some of whom I'm sure spoke with everybody that was in here, 2-1, and everybody knew this was going to come, 2-1 were opposed to an ordinance change, and especially regarding the governance of the library. Prior to that, it was 8-1. with those who expressed. Now, I took a look for those who want to be concerned about whether they were in or out. There were more people who supported the ordinance that live outside of the city of Liberty Lake than lived inside by 5-4. Okay. There's a couple of things that really bother me. And the first one is we say that we believe in democracy. And I was asked this recently because I know a little Greek and I know the history of where that word comes from. Demos means people. Kratos means rule. We have in our organizational chart the citizens as the top of that rung. That is exactly what democracy is. The citizens rule. We are to represent their desires, not tell them what's best for them, but ask them what's best. That is what I've done, and that's what I'll continue to do, sitting out there with them this next meeting. The second part is the word liberty, part of our own city. Liberty means freedom from oppression, especially restrictions imposed by authority. Now, for people who say that they want less government and then they want to have more control of this library, how is that not the ultimate hypocrisy? I will continue to represent and continue to work with all of you to make Liberty Lake better. But this is shameful. And I'm not going to get up and leave and say shame, shame, like one of my friends did one time. But that's exactly the way that I feel on this, my last day sitting here, is that we're doing this now is shameful. And I'm not, as some of the other members have expressed, I don't think that it's going to go through because I believe in the good in all four of them. There's not one thing that I don't like about any of the four that have been involved in this. In fact, I can, honest to God, say I care for them as much as I do anybody in the city of Liberty Lake. So I'm hopeful that when you look at this, the word unethical was used about something that I do not believe that the library board did to us. I believe this is the actual epitome of unethical. It's been a delight to serve. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other Councilmember Kurtz?
Just quickly, my offer to meet and be a part of a discussion stands. We are at a first read part of the ordinance. And if there is anybody on this dais that would want to in good faith collaborate, that option is still open and I am available to do that.
Thank you. Councilmember Dunn.
Madam Mayor, I just want to assert that I believe any action to try and connect Agenda 15C to accountability and transparency obfuscates its true underlying intention, and that the people who spoke here tonight see through it. You cannot talk your way out of it. It's cognitive dissonance to try. So I respect and value highly those who were brave enough to stand and to really provide their observations tonight. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. Anybody else? Councilmember Spencer.
I'll chime in. So when we evaluate a problem, the goal hopefully is to get to the root of that problem rather than the symptom. I feel like the book challenge that took place last year was a symptom of a problem, and it was a broken policy. And that's why we're talking about this. That's why we talked about it all of this year, basically. I feel like the move to give the council oversight over library policy was right when we passed it, the council majority. If we choose to pass it as a council majority now, it's still right in my mind. We're free to disagree. Somebody suggested that I, ahead of this meeting, that I listen very carefully to Councilmember Sahlberg's comments. And of course I do that. If I hadn't come straight from work, he and I would have driven over here from, we live a few blocks away from one another. We have a good relationship. But the part that I don't like is that they are discounting my opinion, the opinion of everyone else around the dais, What if somebody were to suggest that we listen to Mayor Pro Tem Foyer or Councilmember Cargill? We all have a seat around this dais. We all are equals around this dais. We all have different life experiences. When I look back to the book challenge that took place last year, I was sitting in the audience as a regular citizen, concerned about what was going on. My question really was, well, how does a book like this get into the library in the first place? I think there was a little bit of an attempt to find that out. There was some questioning that took place, but what I did notice around the dais was there was a unanimous disdain for the material. And while the responses were different as far as, you know, I'm going to vote for this or I'm going to vote against this, it appeared to me that it was unanimous that none of those individuals sitting around the dais at the time would choose to have something like that in their home or with their children. And these are representatives that were voted and elected by the people. Well, why were they elected? Are they just going rogue? Is that really true? Are they really going rogue? I don't believe that. So I feel like there was a broken policy. You know, if you are a coder for computers, I mean, we all use computers. We get on a program and there's a bug because something breaks, right? Well, that process was where the collection development policy broke. And so the question that I noticed around the dais was just about everybody. If it was not everybody, it was almost everybody asked a question about the collection development policy, and they were continually directed by the mayor and by the city attorney. This is not a policy discussion. If you guys want to have a policy discussion, we will have that. We'll have it at another time. This dais was assured that we would have a policy discussion. At subsequent meetings, before I was seated and after I was seated, I heard Mayor Pro Tem Foyer ask, when are we going to see the red line version? I heard Councilmember Van Orman ask the same question. And I know the mayor, at least in one of those occasions, said they're working on it. We'll see something soon. We were led to believe that we were going to have a policy discussion. And that's why last year in October, when we were presented with the changes that they had made. Now, again, we're going back to this policy was broken. So it was with proper intent that the library board went straight to work on fixing that policy, what they felt was the best changes to make on that policy. And they worked hard on it over the next 5 or 6 months, from what I understand. But they didn't include us in that conversation. We were led to believe that we were going to be part of that conversation. They didn't include us. That's when we were presented with that information and we went back and looked at the videos. We were like, why didn't they include us? It was very clear that they didn't want to include us in that conversation. I don't know who gave them that advice. I talked to the chairperson after a meeting earlier this year and said, who gave you that advice? And he said, I don't know. I don't know who told us to do that. Somebody must have given them direction that you don't need to talk to the council. You can just pass it and move on. But that was very clear. So stating that what the council majority has done all along the way, again, going back to this idea that perhaps what we're doing moving forward is unethical or you know, in the dark of night. We've already had all the conversations. We know how you individuals here tonight feel. I took a tally of the individuals who wrote emails in today. There were 17 not in favor. 5 of those were not residents, and 19 were in favor, and 6 of them were non-residents, but still in Liberty Lake, south of the border. So in answer to the question, why didn't we have a bunch of people here tonight? Well, frankly, when I stood up there in May of last year, I was in the minority. Most people aren't going to be willing to stand up in front of a crowd that is antagonistic to them. I had people behind me snickering and talking while I was giving my comments. That's not civil discourse. Okay? I appreciate the individuals tonight who stood up and gave us a passionate response to how they feel we are dealing with this issue. But the individuals who came and made personal attacks, that's not what democracy is that we've been talking about. That's not civil discourse. So again, I feel like this was the right thing for us to do back when we brought it forward. We can agree to disagree, but we now perhaps, I don't know, perhaps we have the numbers to pass it, and I still feel that it is the right thing to do, and so I would be in favor of this ordinance change.
Mayor, can I add one last thing?
Sure.
It'll be short and sweet. For me, the problem ever since this arose, as Jed just pointed out, is the way the ordinance is written. We can't even have a discussion about the policies because the ordinance doesn't let us. The Board of Trustees doesn't want to have a discussion about the policies. And to be perfectly honest with you, I don't have an issue with any of their policies, but there's got to be the connection. You got to allow a dialogue between the two bodies. And that's the missing link. So when I've been talking about policies from the very beginning, that's what I've been referring to, is we can't even talk to each other and exchange information and exchange ideas. So hopefully before I leave, we can have it to where both bodies can talk to each other, because there's a huge divide. And until the short hairs get laid down and we can have a meaningful discussion, it's going to go nowhere. Thank you.
Councilmember Kurtz.
I'm curious then, if that's where people are wanting to have a discussion, instead of leaning into that and accepting that offer, why was it voted down earlier? My offer to meet, when I asked to take it off the table so that the Board of Trustees and myself or Jen.
I'll speak for myself. We've talked and talked and talked about this issue over the course of how many months, and the only thing I made changes in the ordinance was in reference to the mayor's veto, nothing more, nothing less. So I don't know what else there is to talk about. It'll just be regurgitating the same information and the same opinions. So I don't know what that's going to gain.
And I think that's why I was hoping to work with Councilmember Spencer on that, because I feel like there has been a lot of back and forth. There's a lot of digging in heels generally. A lot of emotion and a lot of energy has been spent on this over the last year or longer, depending on how long you've been here. But if we're committed to making something good for the city of Liberty Lake, I don't understand how taking one last pass at it would be a problem. It's kind of a little bit of a Hail Mary, but if there's anybody who wants to actually try to work together and meet with people, I know it's the holidays, I know it's all of those things. I have things going on as well. But if it's something that would help move things forward and not burn things down, I would be happy to do it.
You're not Councilmember Mark.
No.
You're city administrator.
So I don't want to short circuit the conversation. I just want to interject. We have, by rule of procedure, a hard stop at 11 unless we want to suspend that rule. We have a second read on the property tax ordinance. If we don't get to that, we're going to have to delay the adoption of the budget. And so I just want to point that out.
Thank you. Are there any more comments on our first read? Not hearing any. Let's go ahead. We've got our second read, ordinance number 298 with regards to property tax. Kelsey.
Ordinance number 298, an ordinance of the City of Liberty Lake, Washington, levying the regular property taxes for the City of Liberty Lake, Washington and Spokane County for the year commencing January 1, 2024, to provide revenue for the provisions of city services as set forth in the city budget.
Before I go to citizen comments, just to interpret that for you, if you're not looking at the ordinance, this is proposed zero change to property tax collected with the exception of any incremental that we get from new builds. When you talk about a change in property tax, say it was a 1%, it wouldn't have meant your property tax is going up 1%. It has to do with the total collected, but the proposal in the budget is for zero change in the property tax.
for the third year in a row. And the estimates are that this will take the property tax rate per 1,000 valuation from 96 cents per thousand to 86 cents. So thinking it of another way, if your house is worth $1 million, we get $860 a year to do everything that we do for you in Liberty Lake. So again, the proposal is zero change. So I will take a motion if somebody sees fit. No, sorry, citizen comments. So is there anybody here who has a citizen comment on this topic? Go ahead, Ms. Atkins. Okay, yeah, this is strictly citizen comments on this topic. Nobody? Okay, do we have a motion for ordinance 298?
Make a motion to approve ordinance number 298, second read.
Second. Second by Councilmember Van Orman. Any questions or comments? Not hearing any. All in favor of approving ordinance 298, please say aye. Oh, aye. Any opposed? All right. Motion passes 7-0. Okay. We have no emergency ordinances. Introduction of upcoming agenda items you have in front of you. We had today on here. Are we still trying to put transparency on the December 5th agenda, or might we slide that to January since we have a couple additional topics?
Considering what's been put on the agenda, I don't see how we can have that with everything else on the agenda. We're gonna have to slide it.
Okay. Sounds good. January. All right. TBD zone change code amendment. We know that's coming up. So for January and beyond, code of ethics, social media, flock safety workshop. We'll see if Mayor Pro Tem has comments on that after we get through the budget. Council committees, north side of the river. I don't have a name on that. And proclamation guidelines. So was there somebody's name that should go with the
Follier.
North side of the river?
Side of the river. The guy who reached out to all of us.
Oh, that was quite some time ago.
Yeah.
I just asked if we were going to follow up on that.
Okay, somebody else want to put their name on it and we can follow up on that, whatever that was.
Sure, I will.
Okay. All right, got it. Is there anything else anybody wants to put on future agendas with no date at this point? Okay, not hearing any. We will move to citizen comments. Again, we are up. We are running short on time. So 3 minutes. Anybody in council chambers, please turn this in. So first up, we have Lynn Atkins. 3-minute limit. And if there's anybody online who would like to make a comment, please send a note to our meeting host in chat.
Mayor, quick question.
Yes.
Before we get to comments,
Yes.
How many do we have? Just one?
What, 2?
Oh, 2. Never mind.
Okay.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure everybody had a chance to comment. If they...
Yeah, because no, it's okay. Go ahead, Ms. Atkins.
Okay, so regarding ordinance 119,
I got it.
Is it any wonder that the citizens are concerned over your motives based on the history on this issue which you all have discussed this evening? You will temporarily have a supermajority that will allow you to override a mayoral veto. And I believe that your timing on resurfacing this issue is suspect, and frankly, the optics are not good. The First Amendment protects intellectual freedom. The library provides that and is charged with being the protector of the First Amendment. Leave the collection policy and the patron's use of the collection alone. Hugo Black said that the very reason for the First Amendment is to make the people of this country free to think, speak, write, and worship as they wish and not as government commands. You talk about that you were elected by the majority, but the First Amendment is not a majority rules thing. It is there to protect the individual's rights, their personal freedom, even if it is not the same as the majority. This is turned into a conservative versus liberals battle with the library as the victim in the middle. And by the way, both sides use those words as dirty words, and I hate it. Is this issue going to come up every time there is a swing in the council? I bet you it does. This is supposed to be a nonpartisan council, but to all appearances, you appear to be acting in a partisan manner. I hate partisanship. I am frustrated, I am angry, and I am very disappointed. It is time to move away from that and get back to finding common ground, please. And do what is needed to nurture our city and to really bring Liberty Lake together and help us grow. And as the saying goes, it is time to build bridges here, not put up walls. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, I think I saw another one come in. All right, Jackie Maven, welcome again. Okay, so we've got one more after you.
I get a few thoughts as I'm listening to all this one. And I'm directing a lot of this to Mr. Spencer because you're the one that said all this stuff. Nobody discounts your opinion. At least I don't discount your opinion. I have different opinions. You have different opinions. I'm okay. What's wrong is the process was unethical. It's not the opinion, it's the process. I don't agree with you, but it's the process that's not right. I think you need to find a way to work together and with the library board to come to something, you know, that works for everybody, that doesn't allow for the bad things to happen. The last thing I want to say, besides all the other wonderful things I've done in my life, I was also a counselor. And I've dealt with the kids that you are disenfranchised. Now I can't do this. It's not right. You just sat there and said, I would not allow this book in my house. Well, maybe you wouldn't, but there's kids out there that have to have that book because their parents won't listen to them. Their parents won't help them. Their parents are disgusted with them. And they're just trying to be a human being and survive in this world. And you are taking that away from them. You said it yourself. People shouldn't have that between their house. I just heard you say that. And that's so wrong. And that's, you just shut everybody out. I just see her watch your body language. I think sometimes you're listening. I pray to God you are. And I actually think you might listen a little bit. I'm not 100% sure. I'm not sure if he listens or not. You say good things like it's not as bad as it sounds. So let's have a conversation, like she said, and let's not do the ordinance. Let's wait. What's the hurry? What's the hurry? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we have Bob West. And we're at some point, I'm going to have to cut comments because we have to, unless we were going to suspend the rules. Go ahead. Oh.
Bob West, Spokane
Got it.
Valley. I'll use my outside voice. I don't think there's anybody in this room or anybody that's commented on this thing over the last year that has any doubt at all what the outcome of this is going to be. And the word that comes to my mind is sleazy. I can think of a few other words for some of the people that are involved with it. I introduced the power and the control wheel that I spoke about. There's a copy of this so you can read it, exactly what it said. And that's exactly what this is. It's a power grab. And my last comment that I want to make is I want to reiterate, due to the charges and complaints, it would show a clear conflict of interest if Mr. Cargill participated in any vote until the final determination by the hearing examiner for legal investigation of these allegations. I am charging the city attorney and the hearing examiner based on those examinations before this man here is allowed to weigh in because he is biased. That his comments are on the record. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Next we have Kim Schmidt.
Hi, it's Kim Schmidt again. I do live in Liberty Lake. All right, so just real quick, I'm not sure, I mean, this is all complete speculation, but I'm not sure if this all would have went a whole lot differently if I had challenged a book that had a heterosexual person as the main character. Or maybe it was about the standard with a wife and the kids. I'm not sure how this would play out a little differently. Because one of the things I think that people aren't recognizing is that not everybody lives the same way. We had some wonderful words by some of the younger citizens here tonight. And, you know, quite frankly, they pulled my heartstrings because I was right there with them. I am the poster child of what you guys are trying to create right now. If my mom could have, she would have wrapped me in bubble wrap and locked me in a room. I had a highly censored childhood. Everything that was in my house was monitored. Okay. I was raised in a very, very strict evangelical Christian household. I'm not saying that's what's going on with what's behind this book ban here. I am just giving you a picture. Part of that was I went to a private Christian school from preschool through 12th grade. I know that a lot of people sitting up there are really partial to these school vouchers and privatizing schools right now. But we need to work out what's going on in the public school. And I was also built with a very, very different ideology than what I have come to believe now, and I've used to base my belief systems off now is my real world experience. When I was 18, my best friend came to me and she was like, I'm gay. And I didn't want to tell you because I thought you did. So I just wanted to throw this out there. I know this is fairly completely wrong topic, but just a thought about how this would have been a little bit different if it was a different book. It's the 52nd most challenged book. Why? Because it's very violent. Why? Because there's a lot of things in it, and that's fine. I don't care. You can read it if you want to. That's cool. And you can bring it in your household if you want to. That's fine as well. No skin out my back because I can monitor what's in my household. You know. So the thing is, be careful about what you read.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have anybody online wanting to make a comment? Nothing in chat? Okay. All right, so we are 5 minutes to
So it looks like there are people waiting to make comments via Zoom. So I'm getting information from multiple sources.
okay.
Michael, I don't know how you're not seeing that, but
Mayor.
Yes.
Can I make a motion that we suspend the rules to extend to 11:05 so that citizens can comment?
15 maybe?
Yeah. Or 10?
Yeah, because I don't know
Whatever.
how many we have.
Yeah.
We have a motion to suspend the rules to move the meeting to 11:10. We have a second.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? All right, we are extended to 11:10. All right, Mark, you want to tell me who to call on?
I'm not sure.
Oh, you don't know.
Jen, you're gonna have to answer that.
So I have Natalie Gavin online. I've unmuted her. We'll see if she is able to speak.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead. And I'll keep the timer, Natalie. If you get to 15 seconds, I'll let you know.
I'm just going to finish what I was saying earlier, which is a reminder to all of you First Amendment warriors. There's nobody who's more on board with the First Amendment than freedom, liberty, libertarian, me, and people that I know, love, and adore in my community. The First Amendment does not, never has, and probably, hopefully never will be okay with indecent material. This First Amendment does not include indecent material when it comes to public money, period. End of story. If you want to go look at nudes and all that stuff in Europe, go. Been there, done that. Beautiful, beautiful work. This was one book. We said, how about we have an alternative, put it on a different shelf? Or how about moving forward, library board and city council and all the people in the audience, how about you consider just moving forward, simply not allowing the library to buy, order, seek out, and buy, purchase with our tax money books that are indecent. We don't allow the library to buy Hustler. We don't allow the library to buy X-rated movies. We don't allow the library to buy Playboy. It's not a thing. That's all any of us have ever said. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, who do we have next, Jen?
We have Nicole Hamlet.
Okay, Nicole, we'll you unmuted if we haven't already.
Yes, she's Yep.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, great. Hopefully this will not take long. Thank you guys so much for staying late. I really actually just wanted to pop on and say thank you to those who had the forethought to put the Arboretum project on the unfunded project list. I really appreciate that, to be able to get more information from citizens instead of just passing it tonight. I appreciate that. And then finally, in my last few seconds, I want to say another thank you to Tom for serving on council. You have been a fantastic example for everybody of how to do it right. And I wish you the best.
Okay, thank you. Jen, do we have anybody else?
I am not seeing anybody else at the moment.
Okay. Going once. Going twice. Okay.
Still nobody.
Okay. All right. So if there's no further business with the council, we will go ahead and adjourn at 10:59. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
I just can't imagine.
Thank goodness for a fabulous battery on my work computer. I was finally able to get online with my one.